All right, we are live. We are live. Grace and peace. Salute to everybody that's in the channel. I have two of my brothers here that I'm so honored to be sitting next to. The love of my life, Big Cat, and my brother Maybach is here to hold down the fort. So with that being said, you guys give out your introductions and let them know what's going on with you. Maybach is going to be with us just a few minutes.
I mean, you guys already know what it is with me, man. If you're looking for me, you can't find me. But I'll be on Foxy's page, though, that's for sure.
That's right. Holding it down. So I saw 22 Ronan come in. Salute. I also saw my Lotus, our little sister. And I'm sure everybody will be coming. You know, this is an impromptu live since I haven't done any in a while, like since last week or so. But, you know, there's some stuff that's going on that I wanted to just talk to everybody about and get their feedback. I also bought 2 new books. One is called The Black People Are Indigenous to the Americas. And then the next one is The Ancestor Connection.
Oh, shit.
So we got to balance it out, you know, balance out all that knowledge with dealing with the spirit world as well. Because as I said to you guys before, we are in a spiritual warfare. There is a lot of stuff going on that's being pushed out in front of our eyes that is just ridiculous. And I wanted to start off with talking about what everybody's talking about is the unthinkable, which is the ship or the little boat that I don't know. They were trying to go to see the Titanic wreckage. 5 millionaires put their money together to go down there and see something. One of the daughters, the wife of the CEO, she is a great granddaughter of the Struss family, who were also well-to-do aristocrat families out there in England. They went down with the ship. Salute to my snackable Smitty. He's in the building. So, you know, I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theory, but with my intel and what I get, it's not even a coincidence. It's not spooky. It's just what it is. When you start putting the pieces together, these things start to make sense. First of all, the container that these people went down in to go see the wreckage of the Titanic was named Ocean Gate. Anybody knows whenever there's a debacle or a situation that's happening, they name it Pizzagate. They name it Obamagate. They name it Inflategate. Brother Hollow's in the building. Salute, Brother Hollow.
Watergate, green jackets.
Watergate. Thank you. And so those words triggered something in me. So I was like, okay. Now I got a few family and friends that were, oh my God, you know, I was hoping that they make it, and I feel so sorry that they're down there. I don't know them. What's the big deal? That may sound cynical and you know, morbid, but it didn't do nothing for me. And you know, rumor has it is that the Titanic, because of the banking situation, they didn't want what is now known as the Federal Reserves. They wanted to keep the banks, you know, the way they were. But J.P. Morgan, whose name has been so circulating throughout the news lately, he stepped off. He didn't even go onto the boat. He got a call and to save his behind from not going onto the Titanic. Meanwhile, a lot of other bankers and a lot of other aristocratic people went down allegedly on that ship.
That's crazy.
So what is it that we need to go looking for to figure out if you knew it's an iceberg? Well, case closed, right? Or are we still trying to recover wreckage? So here's my take. I think that these people were looking to get a glimpse at what's going on with the Titanic, because there is a new documentary coming out that they want to lift the Titanic up or do some type of renovation or something along those lines, where they're going to, they're going to start doing an investigation. And if you start digging, you'll see, I don't think that was an iceberg that really hit it. I think it was a missile, right? So that these bankers didn't get on to New York City, because that's where their destination was. And guess what? July 1st is when the Federal Reserve is going to roll out their new Fed Now way of monetizing money and being more involved with getting you and us more surveillance. What the hell's out? So you got something to say on that, Big Cat?
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, can I take the innocent route? You know
Please do, and know that we cannot say certain things.
I think it's all about the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
As far as my knowledge goes on the subject, they was doing this tourism thing where you could spend, I think it was a couple grand, maybe it was less than $2,000 to even take the excursion, to go down there and see the ship personally. So it's like, I don't, I mean, what he floats out of that, I mean, it's like, that's why I said, let me, I'm gonna keep it shallow, because that's I'm not that well rounded on the subject, but I think it's all about the dollar. I mean, at the end of the day,
of course,
everything's about the goddamn dollar, but it could have been just an innocent mishap, because plenty of people have been down there.
Right.
Plenty of people took that excursion.
Yeah, and they had the money, so it's like, all right, why not we do this? And as I said, the CEO's wife is a great, she's a 3-time or 4-time granddaughter to one of the people who died on the ship. So maybe, she's like, hey, I want to go visit my ancestor's grave.
Right.
It just so happens to be underwater.
That's where the coinkydink come in, and it's just, it's unfortunate.
Right.
It's unfortunate.
Exactly.
Saying?
So anybody in the chat, I put the link here. So if anybody wants to come up and give us your 2-piece and a biscuit, you can certainly do that.
Yo, Mel, what's up, my bro?
Just be very mindful about how you say your words, because they're sensitive.
I know Mr. 1804 got some knowledge on this one, man. That's my bro, man. Y'all subscribe to him too. I mean, I don't know, man. That shit, like, dudes is out here taking these trips and stuff. It's like, picture this: you got cruise ships going to see a cruise ship.
Right. Please make sense for us.
Oh snap.
But that's what I'm saying. There's more to it. Like on the outside, it looks like, families going down to do this excursion and have fun. They got all this money. Back end of it is that no, they got some stuff tied in, because they are bankers. And if you know that the Fed Now is coming up next week, with the whole, they took out the Cash App, they want to take out the Venmo, and any other of those digital pay currencies, without having to deal with the bank so much. It's just coincidentally that soon as the guy who passed, who was murdered, basically, the Cash App founder and CEO, the very next day, we get a news alert saying that the Fed Now is going to be rolling out in July 1st. Stuff is like, what? So yeah, that's why I'm with this
And
fight. This is like not making sense.
I mean, let's be fair though. Let's keep it fair, right?
Hmm.
At the end of the day, with all this crypto and all this unmarked currency, like, come on, man, a lot of motherfuckers done found a lot of routes to launder shit. So it's an eye for eye. You know, you got to look at the other side of the coin. We got to keep it fair. We motherfuckers got to go. We got to go. I mean, a lot of motherfuckers got rich off it.
Right.
They don't want that many of us with paper.
Exactly.
A lot of us got made some paper out of that. A lot of us, you know. And I don't want to speak from my drip, but it's just like we just gotta just an eye for eye. I mean, let's just be fair, bro. I mean, that's just life, bro. There's no way in hell that. What you talk about, Willis? I'm sorry, I'm out here with the kids and shit.
Oh, good.
And like, yeah, but you get what I'm saying, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's forever gonna be that way. So it's like it's up to you to read the fine print and agree to what you sign up for.
Yeah.
Because that's just what it is, man. You think that you just gonna make all these racks and then you just gonna be chilling? No, man. You gotta make some sacrifices, dog.
Right.
And that's what it boils down to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's very interesting that you mentioned about the word sacrifice, because within that type of industry, whether it's your favorite rapper or your favorite artist or your favorite athlete, there are things that they do that they get themselves involved in that it's almost like an oath or a sacrifice, if you will, to get into these positions that an ordinary person wouldn't get themselves into. I'm looking at this whole Ocean Gate, and that name just kept popping out. It was like a red flag for me. I'm like, why would this be named Ocean Gate? And it happened the day that it went, the first alert that it was missing or whatever. It fell on a 5-day, and the 5-day has to do with confusion, chaos, change, and so. And it's in water, and we're in Cancer season right now. Cancer is the mother of the zodiac. She is Mother Earth. She is Mother Water. So there's a lot of other stuff going down the pipeline, spiritually speaking, as well, that we need to really start seriously paying attention for the ones who have their eyes and eye open. You really need to take heed at what's really going on, because that whole thing lasted for 5 days or what have you. And I mean, every major news company, corporation was out filming, giving us timelines of how these people could, how they can make it. And there's no coverage. I didn't know that there were 300 migrant families that got hit with I think it was a tsunami. All right, we're still asking where the 30 children that have disappeared last month from Ohio. Right, so all these little things. And don't get me wrong. I was showing y'all my 50 years of hip hop and magazines and stuff like that. But definitely keep a laser focus on things, because the distractions are out. And they want you to keep shining dangly new things, i.e. somebody getting shot, i.e. somebody dead. The second thing that I wanted to go into, my beauty queen's in the building, salute. The second thing that I wanted to segue into, if you want to come up, beauty queen, and if you can, I'll drop the link. The second thing I wanted to segue into is that the president of the United States, his son has basically taken a plea deal, right? But what's going to happen is that he's going to be tapped on the wrist and be shunned away, right? We don't know if he's going to get any real time. Now, on the flip side of it, you have rapper KODAK Black, who I'm not sure of what his charges are, but he went to his lawyer and says, hey, listen, if Biden is getting out of this and what my offense is probably lesser. Why I'm not getting the same type of treatment, right? So we have to again, these are things that we have to pay attention to, because the laws are going to be shifted around. They're changing in front of our eyes, but we're not realizing it. Why? Because we're happy with Juneteenth. We're happy with celebrating Pride Month. We're caught up still in this party and bullshit mentality that they're throwing curveballs to us on a daily basis, and some of us are so content being in what they keep giving us that it's like, who cares what's going on outside of us? Who cares? Big Cat, you want to chime in?
Oh man, I just love to hear you talk.
Okay. I don't know what happened to Brother Maybach. I know he's got his arm up over there. He's gonna get back to us. He has his children as well, so I know it's not easy for you guys. I apologize.
Yeah,
but
no,
I had to get this off my chest.
I mean, I didn't even know Biden was facing charges, to be honest.
See?
Yeah, that part. So.
Right.
I'm learning as I go. You know what I mean? I got my hands full, like I'm not here to live,
Of course, and who's really
life.
paying attention?
You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, blame me. You know what I mean? Whatever. It's like, I got to make sure I got to handle my business. I got to make sure the kids is good. I got to make sure.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Should.
All this extra stuff that be going on in the world, man. It's like. That's why I tune in to Foxy, man. Y'all need to hit the like button, because I peep game, and y'all motherfuckers be watching from the bushes.
They're from the bushes watching. It's all good. All good.
What, man?
Yeah, and that's exactly another just case in point.
Hold on, Foxy. What chart? What Biden got going on? What's he facing? I'm sorry.
So that's what I'm looking up right now. I don't know the exact. I think it's about taxes, but he smokes the crack pipe. He's a drug addict. There was an issue with just trying to get to his laptop because he has a whole lot of nefarious stuff in there, and they don't want people are holding his father and them are holding that laptop because there's a lot of secrets going on. And that's why I'm like, okay, so you're worried about what? Meanwhile, this guy is doing stuff and he's getting away with it.
I don't know, man. Damn, I like Trump. See? So it's like, I don't know. Like, am I wrong? Like, because I'd be like, man.
No, because I like Trump.
I don't want to see nobody incarcerated. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's certain people that should be dealt with, but I don't think that's the way that you need to deal with them.
Right.
But it's like I had no idea about this. I don't know if I'm not watching the news or if it's not out like that. Like, I mean, I open my phone daily. Why is that not out there like that? Because everything Trump does is out there like that. Like, I don't know.
And notice how they've been trying to, and I'm not a Trump supporter either. I don't go towards any of the political situation, but Trump, before going in, when he was going for his tours to, for presidency, the thing that I appreciated was that he said, listen, I want us to shut our borders, right? Build up the wall and bring our money back from other countries and keep it back home. I said, hey, I don't have a problem with that. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
If you got Detroit, Michigan, that has warehouses and factories that we had built our cars out of, and we can make our own things, why not? What's the problem? Oh, but Trump's a racist. Oh, he's black people. Oh, this, that, and the third. Guess what? They all are. But Trump said, I'm a businessman. I'm not a politician. So therefore, he's all about, let's get this money going. And people, they were rolling with it. What happens when Joe Biden starts doing his campaign speeches? And who did he say specifically to? Black people. We're using those words today. If you're not Black, if you don't vote for me, you're not Black. Who says that? So I'm trying to look up Biden's case right now. But the rapper KODAK Black's lawyer on Tuesday, this is past Tuesday, salute Base Rule, salute, says, hold on, Big Cat is in and out. He might be having a bad reception. Whenever you're ready to log in, whenever you're ready to talk, Maybach, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I'm finishing up this conference call. I'll be right there.
All right, cool.
Hey, yo, Fox, let me tell you something, right?
Go ahead.
I am Base Rule. Check me out. Oh, you see me?
Yeah.
You know that, man. What's up, Mama? Yeah, no, you know, it's real topics out here, man, and I appreciate it, man. I really do. And I really want you to get back to those shorts, man, because even when a motherfucker ain't got time to freaking sit here and put them on them.
I did some shorts the other day.
You know what I'm saying?
I will continue. Thank you for your encouragement.
Because I like the little read. I sometimes it's not even about liking them. Sometimes you just need a little bit of that. That little. Especially when you know especially when you know who it's coming from. You need a little. You know what I mean? That thing that make your hip jerk, like you know what I'm saying? Like get your up.
Yeah.
What's up?
I will definitely start. You know, I needed to get my sea legs wet. And on a side note, I went to go pick up my dad. Well, tried to get my dad's car. It's left where he used to work at in a parking lot garage area. And his car hadn't started in like maybe a year or 2 years now. And so we did the jumper cables and tried to get it back to working and things like that. And all of a sudden it turned on and shut off. My cousin turned it back on and was like, the horn started honking. And my aunt was like, what is that? And I was like, that's your brother. He doesn't want us to touch his car. His car is his prized possession. He loved that thing. So we got to come back because the battery's super dead now. And that's probably his way of laughing at us. Like, nope, I still got more time with my car.
Yo, Maybach, salute, man. Yo, I'm at the pool, so I got bad reception. So
okay, honey.
When I
All right, brother.
To the crib, if y'all still on, I'm going to pull it back. I'm going to go back.
Salute, man.
Sure.
Foxy,
thank you, Big Cat. Love.
Maybach, salute.
Salute, brother. Salute. Can he hear me? Salute.
Yeah, he heard you.
Not because I turned the mic down. I turned my mic down. Yeah, because it used to be loud. Like when I would.
So what's cooking, good looking?
You already know, man. Watching, seeing all this crazy stuff going on in this crazy world that we live in.
What's your take on this Ocean Gate?
I think it's I find it funny. I don't mean their deaths, if that's really what happened. I just when I say funny, I find it comedy because all of a sudden now they pulling up Simpsons episode back in the 90s, you know what I mean? And I watched this dude's video. He did a good job on the video, and he kind of said that it's a psyop to get us to get our feelings involved in it.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? And this is and I'm gonna say that this is what I really want to spell on with that.
Let's go.
People I know that go like fishing, that do little minor stuff, right? That have to do with the water. They make sure they have a bunch of safety precautions, safety things that they carry with them. You know what I mean? So my thing is, why wasn't that submarine, what's the word? Tethered, meaning wired ship?
Right.
Because when divers do that, scuba divers and all of that, my cousin showed me him in Cancun and going down to the ocean, they are connected to a ship. You know what I mean? When they go down to the depths of the water, if there's, God forbid, anything goes wrong, they have wires just connected to them or whatever that can just pull them up, or they press something and they get pulled all the way out of the water. So these things you got to question. Then I saw a report said NASA only consulted with them on the submarine. So NASA had no hands, no parts of building this submarine, right? And then they consulted with, I think the military, they said. I forgot what branch of the military, but those two big entities were just consulted on. So they didn't build that. Then I watched a video of an expert say today, or a guy who was in it last year, say, once you inside that, you kind of like inside of it. I don't understand like, it's like, I guess, you know, a door that opens up only like one way. You know what I mean? So it's like you open it from the outside, and if you shut yourself, you're locked in. I don't know. Those things to me.
That's wild though.
Exactly. Makes my antennas go up, because the guy said last year when he went, you can see it, the video's on there. He went down there. He said you have to sign a waiver, right? That basically anything can go wrong. And the guy said, the guy was like, yo, when you're down there, it's like, it's in your mind. It's not in the back of your mind. It's all over your mind or your brain. Anything can happen, because he said anything that is small is really big with this submarine, because you're in the water. So I don't understand that. I don't get it. I don't get it. Makes me question.
That's a wild. Yeah, very wild.
Yeah, make me question. Wow, how you feel?
I don't understand it either. But peep the name though, Maybach. Ocean Gate.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I forgot about that too. But yeah.
Because what happens with these gates? What are the things that we know? Can you expound on that?
With the gates? What do you
when
mean?
we see things like, what usually follows with those type of things with the gates?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't want to speculate. If you're not talking about the sports like Spygate.
Okay. Right.
Well, no, I thought you meant something else, because with the gate that when you brought me up to the name, what I'm thinking of, it's not a
the
gate.
food one, right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you I don't know. I think you should know that they've been saying that. And this is scientists, engineers, or whatever have you. When they went to those depths of the water, they noticed that there's levels of water coming from somewhere else. Yeah, like so when you said the Ocean Gate, I take it as what I'm gonna say what my opinion is on it. I look at the word as being something opposite, like it's more of a portal. Because there's been videos, it's not a coincidence that I've been watching videos that leading up to this, and while this is happening, they talking about there's like a whole nother country or another place, continent, when you go to them depths of the water.
Right.
Kind of, it's kind of has the link to with Antarctica story. So that's where I'm trying to take you, basically. So they said you can enter from the oceans as well too.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, with these words associated to gate, nothing good comes out of it, basically.
Oh, yeah, correct. Got you.
And there's always something behind it that's
correct.
nefarious or just injustice. And I'm actually trying to look for Hunter Biden's plea deal. And so while I'm looking for that, if you have anything else to
I'll elaborate on that. It's funny that you brought that up, because we've been talking about that out here in Boston on Sports Talk, because a Patriots player got caught at the Boston airport, Logan Airport in Boston, with 2 guns. trying to leave, right, with 2 loaded weapons on his carry-on, right? So now he's in, because our state law is similar to New York's, where if you're caught with it, that's automatic 2 years, automatically. If you don't have your papers and it's illegal and all this other stuff, you get caught with it, it's automatic 2 years. And then we had the every bullet law too. Every bullet is in a year. Yeah, we had.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
So for every bullet that's in that gun, you do a year. That's what we used to have. Yeah, wow. For every bullet. So let's just say you get caught with it, right? That's 2 years. Now they would count each and every bullet that you have in there, and then you would do time for that as well too. But that was back in the 80s and 90s. I got to look that up and see if they removed it. We used to have that though. We used to have that. But so in court, the Patriots player was kind of like defending him on that. And it's funny that you brought up the Biden thing, because when they left the court, you know, it's a Patriots player, so it's all over Boston news media is there. So that was kind of brought up. It was like, well, Hunter Biden got caught with one and he's getting a slap on the wrist, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So this guy, even though he's not the president's son, should be looking at no more than fines. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm telling you, this is a melanated brother, and the woman, the attorney that he has is a clear woman, and she's real good out here. She helps a lot of melanated people with housing and how they give them, you know, the bad housing, and then they give the clear people the good housing. So she's known, you know what I mean? And they don't really like her anyways, you know what I'm saying? You know how it is. Those folks that band with us, you know, they get frowned upon, you know what I mean? Or looked at.
Oh, right, of course.
You know?
Of course. So while looking through, salute to everybody that's coming through. We're just talking, Maybach and I are up here on discussion. Earlier we had our brother, Big Cat. But, you know, we've been seeing this for the past couple of days. Now we understand that Ocean Gate is no longer the submarine that was lost at sea, trying to get to the Titanic in the Atlantic Ocean. And we know that the Titanic was trying to make its maiden voyage to New York City. And, you know, lo and behold, there were some distinguished and esteemed bankers and brokers and aristocrats that, you know, the Titanic is not as what it seems to be. Now I'm going to look at Hunter Biden, because we were segueing in from the Ocean Gate. Wesley Snipes, they made a comparison with Wesley Snipes and Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden, yeah. So
Hunter Biden pleads guilty to 2 misdemeanors and faces 1.2 million. Hold on a second, y'all, because my window's open. Okay, so he faces tax evasion, 1.2 million in tax evasion charges. Why is this never new, consistent, and equal across the board? So basically, people are having a fit because while he's in the building, salute. Just as I said with the rapper Kodak Black. Now, Kodak Black's got some stuff going on. Could be misdemeanors and things to that nature. But we know that Hunter Biden is a drug addict. And the reason why the president, his father, Joe Biden, moved his family out of wherever they were living at is because they didn't want them to be in the hood. They didn't want the children to be around drug addicts and things of that nature. Oh yeah, I'm sure he went to the Bronx to go get up his fix. He has laptops showing a picture with him and Malia, Biden's oldest daughter, in a hotel room, or I think they're on a yacht. And he's got her laying she's face down, and her booty's up in the air, and he's grabbing her hair and pulling it. And then the other picture, now he's all on the laptop doing all this stuff. The laptop shows her name, her credit card, JP Morgan at that. Remember I talked about JP Morgan just a little while ago and how he didn't go on the Titanic because he got the drop of a dime to not go on that ship. And Malia is turned sideways at her peripheral view, but you can see in that same room there are 3 lines of cocaine. They were using the debit card or the credit card, and the credit card has her name on it. Malia A. Obama. So she's hanging out with this 30-something-year-old man. Yeah, it gets even weirder and weirder by the minute. Very spooky. The other thing that I had mentioned that I wanted to talk about was I forgot what I put into my in there, but basically, there again the fear mongering and stuff like that, and just the distractions of us being shown the distraction of 5 billionaires getting lost and killed. And we still have the 30 children missing in Ohio.
Exactly.
We still have a lot of other things that they don't want to talk about, but it's happening in front of our eyes. So if you are a conspiracy theorist, or you like to, look into conspiracies of that nature, peep how, right? The Titanic had, again, bankers and millionaires at that time in April 1911. And there was issues of them wanting to, basically, in layman's terms, is keep the banking system for themselves, i.e. make the Federal Reserves, and then others like, nah, let's, we're going to capitalize off the people. This is how we'll make it happen. Again, I'm talking in layman's terms. If anybody knows exactly what I'm trying to say, please come up and chime up, or for the Maybach. Anyway, the theory is, and what we've been told is that there was a glacier that mysteriously just got put basically in the ship's line of direction, coming off of the Canadian East Coast seaboard and going towards New York. Okay, it's possible, it's plausible. Why? Because they were coming in the early spring. All right, it's still cold. It's colder up in Canada. That the melting of the ice is starting to happen. So I'm really thinking all scientifically about it. But when you start throwing in the bankers and the money, and who gains or loses out with this ship being disposed of, questions start to arise. So now we fast forward 100+ years, and the rumor mill is that they wanted the people who went down in this little sardine can to go check out the Titanic. The CEO of the man who created this little submarine, she's a granddaughter, 2 or 3 times granddaughter to the Struss family, who also were very well-to-do aristocratic people. And they stayed on the ship. They didn't leave. So they died together on the Titanic. Now, we don't know if this was just, let's, for shits and giggles, go look at where my great-great-grandparents are dead at and, do a memorial. We don't know what possess them to go down there. But the thing is that when you start digging a little deeper, right? Because nobody's really done any crucial search with the Titanic for over 40 years, right? And even that was very monitored with James Cameron, because he was getting his information so that he can come up with the movie Titanic. But even that had to be very carefully orchestrated, because if you find where the site was and where it was hit, that's going to raise some flags where now it's going to be questioned. An iceberg, now with the technology we have, wow, really an iceberg? Like, people will start to do their research.
Facts.
And that could be a big no-no, if you will, because why? After the Cash App president and CEO was deleted a couple of months ago, now the Federal Reserve said, as of July 1st, we're rolling this out. That's not a coincidence, guys, that this thing happened right before the rollout for the Federal Reserves. They're starting to make different banknotes and things of that nature. So what they've been doing is having us in a soft martial law. It's a soft one, so you may see trucks and helicopters zooming by, and it's not for safety, guys. It's not to, they're caring about the citizens and they're out here to, take care of the bad guys. No, they are on a mission, and we are the mission. And I'm going to leave on that part, and Brother Maybach, you can go ahead and finish off.
No, you expound on a lot, man. A lot.
Your mind is always
you touched up on everything. What else can I say? You know what I mean? I would be adding too much to it. You know what I mean? It's like that perfect.
No, but did you hear that as well? Like what I was saying? Like,
no, I heard. Yes, I heard. Yes, I heard the same. I said, hold on, what? I said, this is what I'm saying. When they, you always got to listen to the way the news is being reported, because you can catch certain things that I heard the same thing. When I heard it, I was like, hold on, what? I said, what are we back in those times? You get what I'm saying? Like, come on. To keep it, like I said, I'm doing my of course, you know what I mean? I haven't had the real time to sit down and do my research. Yeah. Because I got to figure out what's up with each individual that was on there. Mm-hmm. This is reminding me too much of the Titanic story and who the wealthy people that was on that. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So we already know, and then we you already know, because we I don't want to say we the conscious community, but we just got
but we're conscious enough that we're aware of certain things.
Yes. Like as my brother would say, we got the tinfoils on top of our heads. You know what I mean? It's just you know what I mean? So our antennas is up, is that we already know whenever something is presented to us, and, as far as our eyes and stuff like that. Correct. It's always something else. So they present door red, on the left or whatever, but there's something else going over here on the right. Right. That we don't know, or we're not paying attention, or we haven't heard anything yet, or whatever. There's always something else. It's to keep us distracted. Hey, focus on this for a little bit. Mm-hmm. That's why I said all of the things that I was watching today made me really was like, wow, take a step back. It was like, it's to get all of the masses, emotions, and feelings into it. They feed off of that. And I was like, wow, that's like, made me think of parasites, vampires, that type of, wickedness or whatever. And I was like, wow, that I can see that happening, because the spiritual awakening happened last year or this year and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Right. What was it? The year of this year? Or was it last year, where did the infamous video of an elder melanated gentlemen where it's like, oh, this year with the numbers, this is the numbers where people that sleep and you know they're gonna be awakened. You know they're gonna rise and this and that, and they're gonna catch on. And I've been hearing that a lot too. Like more and more people are starting to, because you know technology.
Right, there's an awakening. 2017 was even going back to 2016. But 2017 we got hit with a 2 lunar and solar eclipses, and one was a solar eclipse that hit across all of America. So it started, I think it was in Seattle, and then it went deep, dived into the south, and then it peaked back out to, I think it was the Carolinas. And so now this year or going into 2025, we have made a completion with all those solar eclipses, and lunar eclipses, that a lot of stuff has sped up. Timelines are merging. It's the breaking off of the 3D going into the 4D, the fourth dimension. So when you said parasites, Brother Maybach, there, whatever is parasitic holding onto you or holding onto Mother Earth, it's being released. We're going through this shift. We've also had what they call solar flares within the past 3 days that have spiked up really high on and they have given it the X class for solar flares, and that's that energy that's hitting out from the sun and emitting that heat down to us on the earth. So we are definitely feeling changes within our bodies. Some may be feeling tired or just anxious, restless nights, wanting to purge, getting rid of food, not wanting to eat anymore, not eating the things that they want to. So because there's something really physically and metaphysically happening on this level. We've also, if you're not familiar with this term, called the Schumann measurement, and that is a measurement that detects the vibration of the earth. And last week, a matter of fact, on Father's Day, it peaked so high that it blacked out. And I thought that was beautiful because I felt that that was all the children, all the love given to fathers that day. And that it just went off the Richter scale. So I love that happened. But pay attention to these things, guys, because science and spirituality, they do go hand in hand. I'm not going to say religion because that's more of a construct, but dig a little deeper with getting into signs and symbols, because these people will show a lot of stuff in your face. Some of us miss it. Some of us has to play repeat so that we can catch it. And others, they just, you can catch it on the first take and be like, wait a minute, what did I just see or hear? Because that's what they're doing. And this whole thing about Toronto and Canada's fires, things of that nature, there's going to be another test run. And New York City, from what I got from one of my spiritual sisters, is that we need to start. If you haven't gotten prepared, you need to get prepared, just in case that there's a soft lockdown and you guys, we're not able to leave. Make sure that you have enough food supplies, water supplies, medical supplies in your house. And I'm like, great.
In the hub. Yeah, NYC's the hub, man. It's the
right.
The trial and
errors.
The trial runs, the test runs.
Gosh. And I'm like, really?
The Epic Center. Yeah, y'all.
The Epic Center, right?
Yeah.
But we have these conversations on here. We tell Big Cat, make sure to drink your water. Like, get your person.
Listen. Facts. He's spreading that, not just on here, but he's spreading that. He didn't send me a message, and he said, it's like, Maybach, I don't care what you're doing.
Oh,
Make sure you
yeah.
drink your water. I'm like, yo, brother, you already know. Nah, I'm laughing because it's funny, but not to.
That's love.
Ain't no
That's
funniness.
love.
Yeah, it's love, but I'm just saying we should be automatically be prepared. I'm talking about
Right.
canned goods. I've been saying this for years, man. Canned
Right.
goods, all this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Have a evacuation route ready, or whatever, however y'all pronounce it. We say route, some people say route, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just
Right.
have all, just, you never know. It's not too crazy. It's not, oh, that will never happen. We got to be past that, maybe back in the 80s and 90s, people were saying that was like, okay, cool. But we in these times, so many things is happening. People don't need no one to tell them, or, you know what I'm saying? Hey, pay attention, open your eyes. We should be doing these things. If we, especially our age group, we're still alive and waking up and being blessed, by the grace of the God. Listen,
Right.
we have to keep staying vigilant and move militant. That was always my thing. I've always said that. People that personally know me for saying that. I always say peace and blessings, and I always say stay vigilant, move militant. You don't have to be in no gang. It's just you have to, because it's getting crazy. It's crazy out here, man. It was
and it's a very dog eat dog world right now. It's just ridiculous. In the comments, I had wrote, check out the documentary called Ring of Power. You guys, it's about 4 hours long. I've not completely finished it, but it talks about the jurisdiction of, and I'm sure Ant Dog will really appreciate that. You too, Brother Maybach. It talks about the jurisdictions and, why is there a Cleopatra's needle smack dead in the Vatican? Why there's another one that's in Washington, D.C., and then there's another one in London. Because those are the functioning cities. And the case in point, because somebody brought it out in the documentary, if Catholicism is talking about, abstinence and, and being chaste and, not having sex, why do you have a phallus with a vagina right in front of the basilica? Just why? And isn't that ancient Kemet? So what you're saying to me is that you have co-opted somebody else's theories and teachings and way of life to now suit your needs, however, and you still give praise to the sun god. But in the Bible, it writes 10 Commandments, number 1, thou shalt not have any other gods. I am a jealous God, and thou shalt have no gods but me. But you got the Cleopatra's needle right in the middle of the square. So what are we doing here? Are you studying Egyptology? Is that what you are? But you're now telling us you're Catholics, Roman Catholics at that. So this documentary is definitely deep. It talks about it goes into 9/11 and how all that was the debacle, and how all that was basically terrorist, domestic terrorism, not foreign terrorism, right? And how certain things were not adding up, and Bin Laden and all of them were buddies with Bushes, and the list goes on. And that I kind of knew already, but this documentary, like I said, is 4 hours long, and I really, it's a gloomy kind of weekend. If you're living on the East Coast, it's a great time to just binge watch something educational and get your discernment from it, and You know, and then just think about it, because if all this stuff that this documentary is talking about is happening right now.
What platform you watched it on?
Huh?
What platform did you watch?
YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. And I didn't. It's a free one, so you may have to like skip through the video, the commercials.
Commercials. I ain't worried about that.
But I mean, it's so dope. I'm like an hour and a half in, and I'm like, wow, my jaw just dropped, because I was like, what? So a lot of things are just going to be revealed to us, and also, like I had said back in January, that we're in a year number 7, and that's a spiritual year. So we're going to see a lot of things that we can't put our hands on and make sense to us. But that's where you're going to have to go into your God-given intuition, your God-given innate right, to discern what is real and what is fake, what's harmful for you and your family, and try to steer away from that. Because and when I say they, it's the other people with the in quotes, they are really trying very hard to do whatever nefarious acts to make sure that there's only a certain amount of people out here that they can control. It's harder to control a full mass than it is a smaller congregation. They did this lockdown with us 2 years ago, and that was to launch off what they want to call their new world order. And you know, whether we believe it or not, it's then again to use your own discretion. You know, I'm not again trying to put fear into anybody. You know, I'm a little nervous about certain things as well, because we're in a weird predicament. We're in, you know, it's like damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, right? And some people were talking about, oh, you know, you should, you know, everybody's got to leave out of New York City. Those who can leave, you know, flee. And I'm just like, where to? Because pretty much every country right now is going through some stuff. Was there not a tsunami that just happened, yesterday? California's got fires back up again. There's tornadoes that have not hit in certain parts of the country in years, and now they're getting hit with tornadoes. So, you know, I don't like when people say things like that, and I feel like they may mean well, but there are people out here that are very scared and they're very desperate for answers. And you can't just make blanket statements. You can't just make blanket, statements to the fact that, hey, go leave. You know, get your passport. Yeah, sure. But give us solutions as well. Okay, so if we can't leave, what else to do? Then I like Isis Wisdom, because I was watching her channel the other day, and she gave solutions. She said certain places to leave to if you can. But then she said, if you can't, this is what you do, X, Y, and Z. And that's what we need. People who just throw out the whole, oh, you know, it's time to get out of New York, but for $49.99, you can sign up for my class and I can show you how to make an escape plan. What? So not only am I scared, but now I'm getting hustled into how to get rich or die trying. No, I'll figure that out on myself. No, thank you. Because that might be the only last little bit of money I have, and I'm not going to go and gamble it up. And I need it. Hollow says, people still imagine they're going to get away with free stuff. Yeah. If anybody wants to come up with Brother Maybach and myself, I'm going to drop the link. And if you guys have any input onto what's going on, I'm just rambling again. Certain things, like I say, they just bug me. And, you know, some people are like, oh my gosh, I feel so sorry for the billionaires. And I'm just like,
They straight. They already
like,
know.
and who even knows like that they're really, deleted. Like, I don't know about these. I don't trust anything anymore because I'm just like, listen, that whole world is a stage.
I was watching a list. I forgot this. I think I might. No, I forgot to send it to you. It's this thing about Samuel L. Jackson, the new movie that he's playing in. It's a Disney movie, right? Automatically, he's got the symbolism, the symbolic symbolism going on because he got the left eye covered with a patch. Because he's playing a character. It's off of Marvel, right? So he's playing a character in Marvel.
Right.
But anyways, and someone posted that he said to those people that run that spot, that place, and was like, no, I don't want an AI of me done. And when he gets deleted, you know what I'm saying? This is what the post said, and it's the New York Post. I don't know if you can. Let me see if I can pull it up right now and show it to you.
Okay. Well, salute Antog. Antog's in the building right now.
Salute Antog.
What's happening, brother? All right. What's up, sis?
How are you? Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Yo, Ant be on his job, man. Ant, let me just salute you before you say anything. I just got to give you your salute and your respect, because what you be doing for me on IG, you know what you do, right? On IG, right? All the stuff you be sending me, that's
hey, man.
Brother,
Hey, you see the one I sent you about Antarctica?
I seen all of it.
About the young white dude up there talking.
Yes.
About they lying to us, but it's on the other side of it.
Correct.
That's where the Garden of Eden is.
Correct. I seen that. Yeah, but see, hold on. And he's not. This is why I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying. Anyways, this is why I matched the story up, because this is a factual thing. Admiral Byrd already said the same thing when he went out there. Remember? Admiral Byrd, and he went on.
Now that's from the 60s or the 40s. Admiral Byrd.
I think it's like 30s. I think it's early 30s. He went there and he said let me just say this: 2 Frisbees came alongside of them, right, in the plane that they was flying down there, and basically took over the plane, took control of the plane, glided them in. He said it went from ice to nothing but greenery. The whole scene,
like a tropical island.
Facts. And this is Putin saying this too. There's natural resources there. Natural resources forever, endless.
Right. So how is
the largest mountain in the world is there?
Oh yeah, Zion. Right? The fake one is somewhere else, right? And they said this is how you know from the real from the fake, the height. Okay?
But they even showed that the wind can't even go through it.
Facts.
It has to go around it.
Correct.
What?
Correct. Yes. Oh, you didn't send you
That's how high
I think he did. I gotta check it out. Because Antog be flooding.
I sent it to you.
This is hey, yo, Ant, hold on for a second. Foxy. That's why I said I had to salute him.
Right.
Because I thought I was bad, and that's not bad. I'm talking about bad in a good way.
Right.
I'm talking about he's sending 40 clips.
Oh yeah. He's sending 40 clips.
Yeah. See, I'm doing a little revolver. I'm sending like 6.
Yeah, you slow down with me.
No, I ain't. You ain't been checking.
No, not you. Maybach has.
Yeah. I slowed down. I slowed down because of what. Listen, your pops and all of that. I was like, listen, I don't want to be that guy. You know what I mean? So I said, let me fall back. Let me let her get out. When you're ready, you see how you hit me up. I was loving it. I was loving it.
I was like, wait, I want to talk, but I need my wingman here.
She said, yo, Maybach, you seem like you want to talk some ish. I said, yeah.
Hey, This is something else I want to say. What
Go
what they
ahead.
going down there for if they know that the ship is already there? What they going to get something from down there?
You already
What's
know,
the
man.
purpose?
Well,
You
like
know,
I
answering
mentioned
your own question.
just a little while ago, I had said that, rumor has it the CEO's wife is relatives to the dead people on Titanic. Now, I'm not sure if this was just for fun that they wanted to just see, and she's like, honey, let's go, check out grandma's grave, right? But if you get to digging and people really start to look, the whole iceberg theory then starts to go out the window, and it looks like that might have been destroyed, right? So now they can come back up out of water and go and start questioning it. I just told you she had family that was killed on that ship.
A little late for that.
So, but they're still rolling out the Fed now, come July 1st, which has to do with all what Cash App was doing, all what Venmo was doing. They want to do that. Now you're going to have a card for all your transactions through the Federal Reserve.
They're going to be able to have control of you where they're going to tell you if you can get it or not.
Right.
That's sad. That's sad. That's very sad.
So all of this stuff with the aliens and everything that, they keep throwing out the other way, so you don't look to see what's really going on.
It's in the water.
It's in the water.
It's in the water. Mm-hmm. Reason why? You don't know how deep. You don't know the depths.
Exactly.
So,
and my thing again is, now somebody had said it's two different types of pressure, but how is they were able to see some kind of light from Jupiter, but you can't find these people down in the ocean? Samuel Jackson refuses to be replaced by AI. Good. I'm glad that they're starting to stand up for themselves.
They can't turn AI loose because it's going to be frantic if they do. Because they're going to be in control. They said, what's the worst thing that could happen? Ask the AI. They said that we're going to take control. We're going to take over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if this robot telling you that and they ain't in full swing, what the hell you think going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. You outsmarting yourself. And that's going to be the destruction of man. Because he's trying to be too damn smart, you dumb MF.
Dumb.
Let me ask
But
y'all a question. How do y'all feel about what's going on with Jamie? Is he still here?
Who?
Jamie Foxx.
Oh man. I think it's a big cover up. I think it's a huge cover up on something on that entertainment side, but it's a huge cover up. They've been lying too many lies, and Jamie himself, he'd have been done said something by now. Mm-hmm. So it's a huge cover up. Huge cover up. I think he gone, to be honest. And they trying to hurry up and get the clone on track.
Yeah, this is a very interesting point right here. Brother Hollow has said that feeding the subconscious, nothing happens unless we agree to it. And that's absolutely correct. You still need consent, even though they'll roll out whatever.
We have no say so. We have no. This is something else I don't understand.
Yes,
this is something I don't understand. Why our people in government have no power? They have no power. Nowhere. We have no power as a people. We have no one in power. Everything's run by them. That's why we have to be the ones to shut this shit down. Stop buying their stuff. Stop going to their stores. We got to get back to where we was making our own stuff. We had our own. But every time we get our own, they destroy it. Because why? They want us to depend on them. And we fell right in the pocket. We got to get from depending on them. We got to turn that shit loose. We got to do for ourselves. We got to farm for ourselves. We got to.
People want that though.
We better, or else we doomed. We're doomed. Why you think old boy buying up all the damn land?
Correct.
So he could put his stuff out there, what they want out there. And it's already turning that way.
Oh, they said they're about to stop us even growing our own
Be
stuff.
able to do it for yourself.
Right.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. My homie said that's what's next. They're gonna tell you you're not authorized to do that on your own property and stuff like that. That's what's coming next.
That's against
crazy.
human rights, because that land is not theirs.
Correct.
This whole everything is not theirs.
Right.
It's
We know
ours.
that.
It's ours.
We know that. I know that.
This is our land. These laws don't even pertain to us. The laws that's supposed to pertain to us is the Moroccan law. Look it up.
Let's
The
go now.
Moroccan laws. These laws don't pertain to us. We shouldn't be in no jails. Nowhere. None. This is our land. We are the motherfucking Native Americans. We are the Native Americans.
All right.
Wake up, y'all. Wake up.
And study the law. Study their law. And if you have right, because you need to know how to navigate through that. Because these laws.
You know that the Moors are the ones that helped them knuckleheads over there in Europe to get on track because they was eating each other and doing all that other crazy mess. The Moors got them in line. And then they butchered them out.
The Moors done messed up too and became dirty Moors.
Correct.
Exactly.
But the thing that we need to take out from the Moors as far as with these treaties is that go back to their treaties when they made with the corporation. Learn what was going on. Study the Constitution. Study the Emancipation Proclamation. Know their laws. But they're also working on maritime laws as well. So the stuff that they talk about, it doesn't even apply because they're talking about this as if you were out in the sea, which has no jurisdiction. So it's very deep, but once you know this, it's harder for them to, to do anything because you then know your right as a sovereign. Now, I'm not even saying so much to change your name and all that good stuff, but no, you were born as a sovereign person to the land.
But here's the thing. That's why they don't want you to know who you are. Because once you know who you are, you're going to take back what they took.
Right.
You're going to get back what rightfully yours. Just like how they got all our stuff in the museum, we can go walk in that motherfucker and just take it. And ain't shit they can do. There's something that happened in real life. This dude was a king, and they took all his people's stuff. And when he got of age and not learning the laws and stuff, he went back and he went in the place and took it in front of him and walked out with it. Let him arrest him, and then he brought out all his stuff, and he walked out with all his family stuff. Live, that was real.
Well, I'm reading this book now. Black people are indigenous to the Americas, research material for the inquisitive. And come to find out that there were kings and queens. They met with Columbus and them. And, there's takes of how the indigenous people were acting. They were, for the most part, curious, but they were very humble and accepting and things of that nature. But there was kings and queens there, and that's here in America, not over there in Egypt. Again, no disrespect to Kemet, because that's still fairly new. There's a debate as far as who's the new, who's the oldest and what's the oldest, and they don't really want to tell us that America is the oldest of the continents, or the Americas rather. It's considered Canada, North America, Central America, and South America. The Caribbean's included. There's a lot of old stuff here that it's been quarantined off. You can't get into certain parts of the Colorado area there, the Grand Canyons, because they have it locked off. You're out. Okay.
I'm out.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for coming by.
Peace, brother.
And so, yeah, they have quarantined that area because they found mummies back in the 1800s wearing what would be considered Egyptian garb. And they have that all quarantined off, so nobody can go down there now and start digging around. Why? Because if that was the case, then you showing us over there Kemet was a farce. Everything here is what they don't want us to look at, and that's the problem. That is the distractions. Like Ant Dog said, they don't want us to know about ourselves. But some of us do. And some of us are awakening up to this new light. Some have gotten their awakening moment back in 2020. And they're starting to see things really in a fine lens here that it's not what you've been told. It's not what it seems. And yes, while it's great to know, where your family's from, what your background is, the next part to that is not to walk around and start repping, oh, I'm Taino, I'm Arawak, I'm Cherokee. How are you going to be using your ancestors' lineage moving forward? Is this just so you can set trip to another person and then that's it? Or are you going to be invoking all of what your ancestors has inside of you to start changing the world around? Because our ancestors want us to do this. This is why there's so much calamity happening throughout the world. And notice it's water and fire, mainly. These natural disasters, if you will, I'm putting it in quotation marks. Water and fire are both purification, cleansing, spiritual cleansers. So think about when you were baptized, if you remember your baptism or you remember going to a baptism, the child or the adult gets dunked in water. That's to remove all the impurities, all the spiritual impurities away. When you clean your house, forget about baptism. When you start cleaning your house and you're mopping down your floors, etc., doesn't your house feel and smell good? Doesn't it feel lighter? When you're burning wood or you're burning your candles and they give out that aroma, doesn't that smell good? That's a sign of purification. So the things that are happening with these disasters is because Mother Gaia is shaking up the world. There's too much parasites going on here, and I'm talking about two-legged ones, that are destroying what is not theirs to begin with. You are allowed to be here. You're allowed to lay on this land. You are allowed to build. You are allowed to eat here. But now you have destroyed it. And granted, yes, we need some technology and machinery and all that good stuff. But there's an abuse going on here. to mother that she's like, I'm not doing this anymore. Between mother and father, the Most High, we're going to kick some kids' ass this time. They're really going to get sent up north, as we like to say. Because people are not doing their due diligence and taking care of humanity. As I said, this is that 7 year. This is that judgment year. God's going to be looking to see what have you done. And if all you can show us is how you can get sturdy on a TikTok, or what little recipe you can cook up on TikTok, it's not cutting it. It's not cutting it. And you don't have to show everything you do in public for humanity, but just know that the stuff that they're showing you now is not it. And we're going to war with each other for what? When there's a bigger enemy out there, and it's not even just the color of their skin, because guess what? They got enemies in the line of fire that look like you and I. Same complexion and all that. Probably came from the hood or from a middle class family in the suburbs. And they just still have to bend and contest with their counterparts there. That's why what Ant Dog had said, well, they're not even doing anything for us, right? Because they still have to answer to the other people. Also, guys, check out on YouTube. It's called Buffalo Soldiers. I was watching that yesterday. I love documentaries, guys. That's just my mind. When my mind starts to go, I like to watch things that are, educational and uplifting. And so this was a good documentary as well. And it was sad because here you have, did I spell it right? Soul. Yeah. Here you have, we're going to be using the word black right now. These black men who are coming out of slavery, right? And getting signed up to go for civil war, getting signed up for the Indian Wars, right? And they still were treated unfairly because they're black men. And not only were they treated unfairly, but their enemy was not their enemy. Their enemy was their white counterparts' enemy. And that was the new Native Americans during that time. And I say new Native Americans because the true Native indigenous people of the Americas did not look like what they show us in movies and things of that nature, in books. Okay. The original indigenous natives were very dark-skinned people who had woolly hair. Some had, depending if they were up north in North America, their hair might be just a little more straighter, but still curly. They didn't look like the Indians that they have been showing us. But anyway, nonetheless, the Buffalo Soldiers had to now intervene because as society was moving west, right? Because they were leaving the south from the east coast and moving out west. It still was under the Mexican territory, right? This is 1888 or so, give or take. Sure, the Buffalo Soldiers signed up with the U.S. military. because they wanted to get out of being slaves. They were going to be taken care of with health benefits, money, travel. If they had children, this was going to help their families out back home. But now they get to the West and they have to basically police the areas from where the settlers and the white U.S. soldiers are against the Native American Indians. So some of them were conscious enough to be like, whoa, like they are like, it's like us. They're being mistreated. We've been mistreated. One person said, a couple of people stood back and was like, I'm not going to fight these people. Like, this is their land. And we're destroying it. We're taking over. That's not right. And the other brothers were like, this is our job. This is what we're going to be doing. This is what we get paid for. Toodles. And kept it moving. So much that one of the Buffalo Soldiers, I forgot what his last name is. He recently, within the past 5 years or so, got a full recognition of his duty and his job. But he was sick at the time and he needed health care, and they just didn't give him health care. Once most of these Buffalo Soldiers got out of the service, they had nothing else to fall back on. So some essentially were going back to their slave masters like, boss, you got anything? It's hard out here. And so, yeah, while the Buffalo Soldiers on one hand did something, that was monumental in the name of U.S. history, they were fighting against somebody's battle that's not theirs. And then still being treated like foster children at the end of the day. Same thing when they went over to the Vietnam War and the Korean War. And coming back like, we didn't need to be out there. That wasn't for us. We didn't need to do that. Because they realize, why are they out here? Now, again, I'm not trying to deter anybody who's interested in signing up for the military and things of that nature, but just know who you're getting involved with, because, times haven't really changed too much on how they treat each other in the military, especially if it's a Hispanic or a melanated woman. They get really treated very despicable. And, I wouldn't want my girls to sign up for that, or any young lady that I know to do that. Because half of the time these young women are violated in the most heinous way, and sometimes taken out, deleted. And you're signing up for something that you think you're going to be taking care of your country, but you're fighting your own so-called brothers and sisters in arms right here on American soil. So yeah, we need to study the law, the lay of the land, and things of that nature, because a lot of this really doesn't have to do with any of us sovereign people. Unfortunately, we're just caught up in the matrix of it, and so we have to kind of go along with the get along. But there's loopholes, and if you can find your way out of it, completely good. But once you're out, how are you using this? Because it's not like I'm out now and let me just coast on by. It's you have this responsibility. So that's you going to the next brother and sister saying, listen, this is how we can X, Y, and Z. Right? Not just, you're out, and that's it, and you keep going. Because that's what it is. And when people say, oh, well, I want to move out back over to Africa and all this good stuff, I hope that when you're there, you are giving back to the land. It's not on some, I escaped America and, good for you guys. No, how are you contributing back over there? Since you're so gung-ho about, that's where I need to be at. Make sure that you're doing what you need to be doing there too, not on some, I got out of that and now I'm just chilling. Like, you need to have a purpose. When we start breaking out of paradigms and breaking out of matrix systems, we need to have the give back, because that's the nature of this. It's the humanity of it all. It's not leaving your brother and sister behind, and I'm speaking figuratively, not your natural brother and sister, but and then just taking off and you're doing little trips on Cape Coast Island and all this other BS, because you out of the system. You take care of those who need it, and if not everybody's gonna. My internet is acting up a little bit.
Is it?
Just a little bit. So I don't know if I'm a little choppy. Guys, put a number 1 or a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me and Maybach.
You've been fine on my end. You've been fine.
Okay. All right. Conspiracy is pulling up next time. Yeah, please do. We'd like to hear those stories. And now at this point, it's like a conspiracy is not even a conspiracy anymore, because things have been put out in front of us. It's just up to us to be like, let's see, is this gelling? But yeah, definitely. Okay, thank you, Beauty Queen. Definitely come through. I mean, even if you don't have a theory, you can definitely just join us on the chat if you have time. If not, it's cool. I know this is an impromptu, but I wanted to talk about some things again, because it's ridiculous how people are just glorifying some dead millionaires that you don't know, and you don't know what the story is, and you're just like, wow, I feel bad that happened.
But my thing is this though, right? That story took away from the 700 migrants that sunk though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, now what? See, I was catching some of that. Now what happened?
Yeah, there was a ship that, I guess that was in the waters of Greece, somewhere in Greece.
Greece, yes.
Yeah, 700 migrants on the ship. That ship sunk. You know what I mean? So it was kind of like talked about, but the submarine thing basically outshadowed and outdid everything. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's why I said it kept us distracted from other stuff that is partaking and going on. That story with the 700 people, there was kids on there. That was part of the 700. Yeah, like, was there anybody found from that? I didn't hear anything about that. That's what I'm saying. That submarine story just took over every mainstream news. Like last night, it was on everywhere. They were showing footages of other. To me, it's just like, yo, I get other countries wanted to help at the time or whatever. Cool, I get that. But bro, it's gonna take you some odd time to get over here. It's like mad questions I gotta question. I don't know, man. I don't think, you know what I mean? It's just things that make me question. So hold on. You're telling me you spend all these tax money with Elon Musk and all of these engineers and stuff to build rockets to go nowhere, and we still haven't came up with something that can go to the depths of the water. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, right? Like, then it made me think about, okay, so all of these boats is trying to go to the waters. Can't we just get on the phone and call the Navy? Don't they have a submarine that's in the ocean? Can we use them for a little? Like, a lot of things made me think, and none of that stuff, I didn't hear anyone asking these questions. You know, oh, can the Navy be part of it? And can they just get a submarine that's already in the water to go near it? I don't know if that's a good question to be asking. These are the things that the tether thing was the first thing. I thought when these people go to the depths of these waters, they usually are attached to wires and a whole bunch of cables that's connected to a ship You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
so how did they even get the tank? This little submarine in the water. Did they like tailgate it to the ocean? You know what I mean? Like, where was other people? Was there people on the shores that had walkie-talkies to contact? Like, they didn't contact anybody. They didn't say, hey, we're doing this thing and we're going into the depths of the water. If we don't come out in a certain amount of time, we need this emergency. You get what I'm saying? I don't know.
Right.
I know me, millionaire or not, billionaire or not, I'm going to do that. I'm going to have people on standby. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, these are the basic things. And I don't hear nobody saying when they doing stuff like that. It's like, okay, if I'm doing a fire drill, right, with my neighborhood, we have to call the town fire department and let them know, hey, we're doing this little thing over here. So things get out of hand. We want y'all to be on standby, or at least have 1 or 2 guys there while we're doing it, so things don't get out. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Control.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
No, those are all valid questions. Like, and a person who's got a phenomenal mind is going to think like that. Like, because it's not making sense.
It's not. And then they showing the Simpsons, quotations up predicting this.
Yeah, I don't even. They always throwing the Simpsons on there, and I'm like, it's just like, seriously, what are those coincidences? Like, I think these people are just writing a script, and then eventually the act plays out. And then 22 says the week before that is the aliens, right? So you had the aliens before that, that Vegas situation.
We didn't even talk about that. Yeah, how do you feel about that? I feel like, I don't know, because I seen something that said there's 2 photos. No, the camera shot of the sound, right, of the whatever craft coming down, and then they said the little circle, those 2 footages they said is supposedly used from like a year ago. All right, but when I see people that are really passionate about this type of stuff, and then I see the people that actually, they went to school for this, are saying from everything that they looked at, they researched or whatever, everything that was all real. They said the 911 call, they said they felt like that was real. These are the experts I'm talking about. Before I get my emotions, this is how I look at things. Right. It goes back to earlier about, like, with me, it happened with sports years ago, right? Mm-hmm. Because like I told you.
Hey, hold on, I just want to salute really quickly. Devin Banks is in the building. Salute, sir. Thank you for coming through. Yay. There's a link there if you want to come up and cam up and talk with us. We're just having some conversations about, this ocean gate, and right now we're segueing into aliens. So, yeah, if you want to come through, just hit the link. Go ahead, Brother Maybach.
Yeah, I don't want to get like I said. I used to have my emotions into sports. Like, my team would lose, you couldn't talk to me for like 2-3 days. It was affecting my life. That's when I was like, I had to step back and say, yo, I can't look at sports like that. I got to keep my emotions and my feelings out of it. You get what I'm saying? My team win, they win. They lose, they lose. Life goes on. So what I'm trying to say is, these type of things, when it's projected to me, I automatically be dissecting it like 1,000 ways. They just saying it too simple and plain. 5 people, billionaire guy, his son was on there. He wanted his son to go see this, and they paid this much money. But it's just like, okay, so none of the authority knew they was going down there. They just did this, and then, so who alerted them? Who alerted y'all and let y'all know that they have an emergency? You understand what I'm saying? We heard a banging, but we don't know what the banging is coming from. Just the whole thing looked like it looked like a stage to me. Right.
So I'm putting up this book, The Black People Are Indigenous to the Americas. Again, just to, do your research and stuff. Don't let these people try to hoodwink you into thinking otherwise. Because like you just said, Brother Maybach, it's like a stage. Like, Who was informed? Oh, and did you hear that the controller was used by like an Xbox remote control?
Yeah, this is what it goes back again, right? Goes back again, right? When they said they went out to space, wherever they was at, the moon, Mars, whatever. Hey, Houston, we gotta they showed a landline. Supposedly they can't. So you way out there, and you're telling me you called a landline back in that time? Like, come on, man, stop it.
Right.
Stop it. Elon,
It really is just too, yeah. And then
with the car. Oh, I'm gonna send the car out with space, and I'm gonna have a camera 24 hours showing you the car out there. I'm like, yeah, man, listen, whoever's watching that movie, like you said, Hoodwink, the banana, they fell for everything.
Right.
You know, they got the pie in the face, rubbed in the face.
All of that. Because
you
still on that timeline. And it's crazy at this point. I saw that people were talking about now how what's his name? They did a Louis Vuitton had a dress rehearsal or whatever you want to call it, and you know everybody's favorite rapper showed up, and Pharrell was there, and then and just everybody, you know, all the rappers or whatever.
He had a bag. He had an LV bag. He had a Louis bag.
Yeah.
Supposedly $1 million, showing it off, and I just seen that on IG. It's funny that you just said that. I saw that. On IG.
Again, not trying to pocket watch here, but you know, times is weird right now, and y'all still partying and bullshitting.
Well, he was weird, all right. In that, to me, it was like you.
Not that he has any obligation to take care of anybody but his family, you know.
No facts. But what I'm trying to say, right? When I saw the footage, the way I took it, it was like you talking to Lotus or Raz Girl about a bag that you purchased. You understand what I'm saying? The way he was breaking down this bag for $1 million, it had a lock on it, a master lock that was all diamonds, and he was breaking down everything, and then he even posed with it too.
Wow.
So
stupid. Larry Beach is in the building. Salute, Larry Beach. Larry. Devin says, imagine spending $250,000 on a submarine trip to your death.
Exactly.
Imagine that.
Like I said,
but I'm like, y'all didn't, like, nobody really, like, listen, that little ship is real small. I mean, and I wouldn't call myself.
It only carries 5 too. It only
helped. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call myself a claustrophobic type person, but I don't really like tight spots. To get in there, like, seriously, I'm like, nah.
To be in there for a minute, going to the depths of the water, dog. Like,
right?
Come on, bro. Listen, it's the same amount too. Who said that? Devin, right? It's the same amount. I want to know if this is still going on. The dude who owns Virgin T-Mobile or whatever, Brunson is his last name, whatever.
Brunson, yeah.
He was supposed to build a plane or whatever, and he was taking people on there, and that was the same amount that he was charging for a flight to space. It was $250,000.
I think you're right, because he was trying to get to go to the moon, right?
Justin Bieber bought a seat. They even said the other one. What's the other one? What's his name? Timberlake. They said he bought a seat. They mentioned a few other people. Yeah, they was like, oh, they already purchased the seat and all that. So I want to know if that craft is still being built.
That's to go to the moon, right?
I think just space. Period.
To space.
Yeah, I don't know if that's I know Elon Musk is working on that to bring people to space.
So who's trying to? Oh, so he's the other one's trying to take people
to the moon. Yeah, he's to the moon. The other dude, I think it's to space or to the moon. It might be the moon, Mars. Who knows?
To the water.
Yeah. They gonna learn when they hit the glass. They gonna learn when they hit the glass. They're
gonna learn today.
Yeah.
Devin says, "How about taking that money and doing something good for the communities? Doing the five.
They'll never do that. They'll never do that. You heard what I said, right? Besides, they'll learn today when they hit the glass. You know what I'm talking
Right. Mm-hmm.
about. They gonna
Yeah,
learn.
because everything's inside.
Yeah, they gonna learn. I mean,
Let them though. Let them. Stupid ass.
Now he's taking their money. He ain't taking them nowhere.
Yeah. And ideally, like what Devin was saying, is that you would think, hey, these people got the money. Why don't they do? Again, we don't want to pocket watch, and we're not trying to tell people how they should allocate their money. But that's like we're scratching our heads out here trying to figure things out. And y'all got money to just piss off and go take a dive down the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, Dev, you're right too. They are beefing with each other to beat each other, to beat one another. Oh, matter of fact, listen. I had a homeboy. Listen, Dev, I had a homeboy hit me up last year and was like, "Oh, did you see the press conference they had?" I said, "Press conference for what?" He was like, "Oh, Bezos just came back from space." I said, "Oh, did he really?" No, but certain people, hey, believe.
But did you hear that Zuckerberg and Musk are going to try to duke it out?
Beefing. I post that on my thing.
That they're going to have they want to have a matching fight.
Yeah, UFC style, MMA. Yeah.
Oh God. You're going to see the reptilian skin fall off and the android arms come out.
This is why it's a show. It's a show. It's showing you these people got money. That's really an insult, right? It's showing you they got money and this is what they doing with themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they're not trying to change anything. They're not trying to help anything get better. They contributing. They are the main contributors.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
And like Pac said, they got money for war but can't feed the poor.
Yeah, facts.
Everybody's favorite rapper and his wife just got another mansion out in Beverly Hills, and Skid Row's got a bunch of tents out there.
Yeah. Oh, what about Kensington in Philly? Way they call it Walking Dead. You know what I'm saying? Out here, Boston, we got Methadone Mile. Like, man, Skid Row. I seen that since it was like that since the 80s.
It's been like that since the 80s, yeah. But what I'm saying is that it's the homelessness that's out there. But this one just got himself another mansion, and he's wearing a Louis Vuitton blazer.
I told you he was advertising it like I said, like it was you and Raz Girl talking about a bag. Or you and Lotus talking about a purse or one of y'all bought. You get what I'm saying? The way he was breaking. That's what I said. So when you said spooky or funny times, the roles are reversed. You got the masculine.
And they got their daughter dancing out there on stage with a bunch of stuff, hanging out. It's all hours of the night, and two adults in the crowd. She's 11 years old. What do we do?
Oh, you didn't see what was going on in the White House?
What do we do?
You didn't see the people that was dancing on the White House lawn a week ago? You don't remember that? Oh, yeah. They had the community. I don't got to say no names. The community, was out on the grass of the White House.
Oh, were they barbecuing?
They wasn't barbecuing, but they was dancing with no shirt on. Yeah. It was a circus. There wasn't no barbecue.
Oh,
anybody in the chat? For real, they know. For real, yeah.
Like, how does that even happen, though?
They had the alphabet community
right
on the lawn dancing with no shirt on. Yeah. Well,
people were protesting too to say to get that flag out of there because that has nothing to do with America.
Oh well, guess what? They was living it up.
And there was a young man who is part of that community and went to speak with I guess some councilmen, senators, saying that this is getting out of control and you guys are just using us for your own dastardly deeds. He was like, because we're not like this. We're paying citizens. We pay, contribution to taxes and stuff like that. And he's like, we're not doing this stuff that you're making it like it's so hypersexual. And he's like, that's not us. So, you know, I'm glad that there's some people pushing back on it, because nobody was saying it, and there needs to be, if they're part of that community, they need to speak up about it, because they are being used just like the melanated people are being used. And since they're in the forefront and they got laws that can protect them, they have a whole month of celebration, then they need to use that voice to say, hey, look, no. Putting that type of stuff on babies' clothes, no, that has to stop. They need to speak up.
Oh yeah,
ooh, look at Big Cat got his little man there.
It's in the stores. Yeah, it's in the
Right.
stores. I've seen it. It's in the stores. They starting early.
Right.
They starting early. Yeah.
Hi, little cat.
Yeah. Little cat, big cat.
Hi. Oh, he's doing. Wow. It's a little fuzzy. Yeah, it's a little fuzzy.
Oh, he just sent you a kiss, girl.
Mwah. Thank you. He's sign languaging. That's awesome. That is awesome. So what did Devin say here really quickly? Hate to say it.
He said if they do go out to space, it'll be the same thing that happened in the water will happen out space. Like they won't find a rocket or lost in space.
Right, that part.
It'll be like the TV show. Yeah, it'll
I
be
thought
like
they
the
couldn't
old
break
school
through the
TV
firmament.
Huh?
I thought they couldn't break through the firmament.
Yeah, that's why I said the glass. I said, yeah, that's the whole funny thing. They're trying to put a crack in the glass.
Won't work, no matter what they do.
Facts.
Yeah, and I think that stuff is coming from up and not outside. So when they showing us these crafts, it's because, again, we don't know what's so deep down in the ocean, right? They can fly from up above, and there you go. And that picture that they showed us, or the video that they showed us with the Arizona or Las Vegas alien, I don't know. I'm still on the fence about it being real, only because now we are in an era where, you know, it's heavy CGI, it's heavy AI. And I've not, you know, like, who's to say? We don't know. Like, I've never seen one up and close and personal, so I can't say, yeah, that's exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have ran a narrative with this for so long that it's, yeah, that's an alien. That's what they look like. And I'm like, I don't know about all that.
And they say we got the technology too. We have our own too. So
we are aliens, though. We're like, our DNA is foreign and of this earth. Like, it's all encompassing. So all I'm trying to tell homie is, listen, don't hang around with these humans. They not what they seem. I'll tell the alien that. Run, Forrest, run!
Reptilians is out there.
Cause it's not a good spot right now for you guys. They're gonna hunt you down like you are a deer in the woods, and then hang your head up on their wall. That part. Right, you never trusted. Devin says, I've never trusted. Yeah, I mean, because it's hard to, like, really discern, is this for real or what? You know what I mean? Like, we trying to just make our make your dissertation out of that. What you got going on, Big Cat? What do you want to say?
I want to say a little bit of everything.
Go ahead.
Nah, but what's up? I recognize that face, man. What it
That's
is?
Ant-Dog.
That's Ant,
What's
right?
happening? What's up?
Ain't nothing, bro. You know, you see me, man, just baking back. What you drinking on, man?
It's Friday. It's Friday.
How you pronounce it? Michelob or Michelob?
Michelob.
Michelob.
Michelob Ultra.
That's
Michelob.
old school. That's old school.
Yeah, my dad used to
Yeah, you
drink.
can get him some. Yeah, no, I drink every day, man. I feel you, bro. It is what it is. I mean, we got an opposite it though. That's why I always say drink water and eat fruit. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
I got this mango. Well, my neighbor got this mango tree, and it's right there in my backyard.
Oh,
Hold
yeah.
on.
That's
It's a
nice.
mango tree, you be picking from it.
Woo, that is nice. We need that. We need to have that pleasure.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still here.
Yeah, so you know, and then we also gotta offset it with the water, because that certain fruits can have a lot of sugar and a lot of what do we call it? What the doctor told me. It's gonna come back to me. But a lot of potassium and you gotta watch the fruits too.
Yeah. My mom's a diabetic, so yeah, I understand. That's
But you
certain.
got- Yeah, man, my legs go numb sometimes. But it's about the balance, because I like to drink like a whore. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I should've said that.
A garden hose.
You know what I mean? But we gotta be able to. I mean, Maybach, am I wrong? Tell me, just stop me when I'm wrong, bro.
I like what Devin said. He said, "What if aliens could cure cancer, diabetes, muscular dystrophy, and many other ailments? Would we accept them?"
But
I
here's
would,
the thing.
for sure.
There's already a cure.
Yo, we gotta
There's already one. All they got to do is change the way they're eating. You got to change what you're eating.
We gotta escape that bubble.
Remember, old Doc, he cured them. Doc
They
cured
want
them.
us, man. They gonna give us what they want us to know.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's the end of the story. So, well, baby. Oh wow.
I was watching last night episode on Twilight Zone, and this is an old 1950s, 60s TV show for some of us who are a little younger out here in the audience. But there is an episode where this incident happens in New Mexico, or rather Mexico, I think it was. And it was a crash. And so the cops go to investigate this crash. And lo and behold, they find a man. And they bring the man back to the precinct. And this little boy is like looking at this man, and he's like, "Well, where are you from, mister?" And he's like, I'm not from around here. I'm from up there." And he's like, "Oh, really?" And the little boy, the guy asked the little boy, "Do you believe me, Pedro? Do you believe me?" And he's like, "Yeah, I do. Anyway, moving forward, he has a book. He came with a book to give to the citizens. And as he's walking, people are screaming. They're like scared because they don't know what this man is, or he could be alien, but he looked like a man. So the cops get all shaky and they shoot him. Well, inside of the book that he had was a cure for cancer. And he was an alien from outer space. So that's a great, what Devin just said, because that's exactly what happened in that show. And I'm like, that show was so way before its time that we're catching up to a lot of stuff that they have. It's like watching really Twilight Zone in real life right now.
But if you notice some of these movies they come out with, the shit's happening for real.
Yeah.
Like they come out with that movie with the train derailment. But we done had about 8, 9 of them since then. Since that particular movie.
And very recent too.
Hollywood giving us a warning, but we're not really seeing it. We're seeing it as a movie aspect instead of real life aspect. Because it's coming in real life aspect.
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta wake up, pay attention. Just like your president can be in jail and still be a president. How'd that happen? Where that happened at? Huh?
Right.
You're a criminal and you can still be the president. Wow.
Ain't that about a bitch?
Yeah. War crimes and stuff. Hey, Maybach, have you been checking out on MREX TV with Earth Monroe?
Yeah.
Earth Monroe.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been dropping the
Oh snap!
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of these people that are here that we think they've been deleted.
Facts.
They've been in Tribune. And I'm like, you know what? That makes sense.
Thanks. Earth Monroe, you said?
Yeah. She's on IG.
Earth Monroe. God damn.
She's got receipt. Yeah.
Shit, me, man.
Somebody was looking for you in the chat like a couple of days ago. During the spooky hour. No.
Oh, all right.
Maybach.
Come here.
Me?
Yeah. Because I went on spooky hour Sunday and they were looking for you.
Yeah. No, I was on there. That was my first time catching spooky hours in a minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that was my first time in a long time. I ended up catching it. I was happy. It was like I never left. You know what I mean? And then I seen you on another show that he had with Amina. I seen you too.
Yeah.
That's the one that you was like, oh, I said hi. I thought you didn't.
Yeah, because you was talking all saying hi to everybody else. I'm like, hello.
You're moving fast. People be saying hi. I'm trying to get.
No, I get it. You were
everybody.
saving the best for last.
No, yeah, I got you in there. I seen it before you even sent that message. I was saying hi. You know, I gotta write my peace and blessings.
Who the heck made that? What are you talking about? But you know, these things
that's like Big Cat. He can't go into a chat and don't greet nobody. So I had to greet you. You know what I mean?
Well, they greet me, so I gotta greet back. I mean, that's disrespectful.
Facts. Foxy almost took my head off. That's all.
Damn, Foxy, no,
I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't fast enough.
We about to jump her, dog. Yeah, hey, Foxy, you getting jumped right now, man. You know, you did some my man Maybach, man. What's going on?
I had said hi, and then like three chats, three comments away, and he's still like hi to everybody else. I'm like, hello. I know you see me in there.
I was catching up, man. I wasn't fast enough.
Yeah. That he has a big audience. MREC TV has a big group. So.
Hey, you are fast though, bro. Like you have. Hey, you on the Addy, bro? Like, you know, I don't know. I'm sorry.
You said
that boy quick. That boy quick. I love it, man. I love it, man. And that's great, man, because it's like, it's good. I mean, in my opinion, it's better to be fast and slow because you be able to get to a book quicker.
He trolls. He has like in that audience there, he's a troller. So he has like a group they gang up on each other in that group.
If you slow, it might take you a week to finish the same book you read in 2 days. Might take me a month.
Oh, I appreciate Raz Girl. She says, you look so chill. Glad you're live, Foxy. We missed you. I missed you guys too.
Yes,
Thank you.
exactly.
Who that?
This
Hey,
is
who
good
that?
for
Who
you.
that? Who that? Who that? Who that? Who said that? Who said that?
Beauty Queen, Raz Girl.
Raz girl.
Hey, hit the link, girl. What you talking about?
I know. I get put the link out for everybody to come.
Hit the link up, shorty. What you talking about, man? Over here. Twitter fingering, man. What's going on with you?
Oh my God! I gotta tell you guys a crazy, spooky story that happened today. So, I'm trying to get my dad's car out of this parking garage where he has it kept at, but he hasn't been able to. He hasn't started the car in like almost a year. Anyway, my aunt's there now, so we're trying to like start, get the batteries to start it up and whatnot. Nothing. It's not turning on. Nothing. Well, before that, I left the car keys at my house, so we have to drive back. I totally forgot. Like my head was everywhere, and I was like, he doesn't want me to touch this car. He doesn't want me to touch his baby. Anyway, so now we're trying to, get the sparks going to start the car up. Nothing. All of a sudden, the alarm goes off. So my aunt and my cousin were just like, oh shit. I'm like, yeah, I told you he doesn't want nobody to touch his car. So my aunt's like, but we need it. We got to get it out of here. And it just didn't start up. So we got to go back next week and get a battery to get the car out. But yeah, spooky craziness with him. But yeah, man, I miss him terribly.
Yeah, I'm superstitious when it comes to car shit too. Like you can't drive my shit. I'm sorry. I love you.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what was going on.
Yeah, no, like you're my heart, but no, don't touch my shit. My engine knows me, and I know my engine. And please don't get in between us, because then it's we're gonna have an irregular heartbeat, and then we don't want that.
Yeah, and he kept his car. So it's a 2004 Honda Accord, but you wouldn't know it because he took such great care of that car, and didn't get into accidents, and like he's just like really, that was his pride and joy.
That's any car.
So
use that car very well. That car will last.
Especially right. Yes.
They last.
Yes. And he kept saying to me, like, I can't drive it. I'm not feeling, up to driving anymore. I'm just gonna give it to you, and my husband. And I'm like, all right, Dad. And so like the end of February, I was like, well, the beginning of February, I was like, well, why don't we go over to the lot and we'll transfer over everything over to me. And he's like, no, I'll get back to you and do that. And then his sister said, I'd buy it off of you if you don't want it. And he's like, oh, I'll get back to you. Because he didn't want to let go of his car. And that was still like his last little bit of like freedom. Like if he wanted to ever get up and go, even though he couldn't, it was just still like he had a big attachment to the car. So today he showed us, yeah, what are you doing with it? Just like, all right, Dad, be easy. So, but this helps me to come out here too sometimes and talk with you guys and just, not be in my shell. I am seeking for bereavement counseling and therapy, so I can just also have that for myself.
Yes.
Yeah, because like it was just so sudden that it wasn't where I knew, okay, Dad's like really sick and we can expect this, and then it wasn't like he's 77 or 87, like he had just turned 67 in February. And then just drops, and I have like I talked to you. What happened?
Same thing with it's like her. She had no underlying conditions, only 40 years old. You know what I mean? Just had turned 40, and just got lightheaded, something like that. Then while at the hospital, right before she passed, she felt like something was in her chest, like something going on. And I got the phone call. Yeah, that's what I was told. But like I told you, I have like 9 friends. I ain't gonna say the word. but they all connected by one thing, and all of them had heart complication, heart little, you know what I mean? So, you know, just leave it
The
at that.
Jim Jim Jones juice.
Yeah, am I
There you
still
go.
am I clear or no?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
you ain't clear.
the audio's crazy.
I gotta charge my phone. Salute though, you know.
All right, Big Cat.
We're
But
gonna
thank you
call
for
you
coming through. It was good to see you. Love you.
Terminator Big Cat. That's your new name, Terminator
Yes.
Big Cat. It sounded robotic over there.
Love you, Big Cat. Thank you, Devin.
So I'm gonna get up out of here myself. Y'all have a good evening. Have a
Okay,
good weekend and be safe.
Enjoy
Peace
your
and
weekend,
love.
brother.
Peace and love.
Enjoy your weekend.
Y'all
coming
too.
through, and you
All right.
be safe out there. Thank you, Devin. Devin says looking pretty foxy. I'm trying. Thank you. I had to get myself together because wallowing in grief is not the most healthiest. But I've been such a close. Me and my dad are what they call simpatico. We're just together, and there is a thing that is a daughter and daddy kind of bond. I know people say there's nothing like a father and daughter bond, and it's true. But also sons and mothers are like that as well. But I was telling my aunt today, I said, I wouldn't really watch my mom get dressed. Like I would watch her like put on her lipstick and stuff like that. But I'd be in the bathroom sitting on the toilet seat while my dad's putting on the cream to shave and start grooming himself, and then putting the splash on, and then he'll come down to me and he says, I smell good, and I'm like, yeah. He put Brute on or Old Spice, and he says, I smell good, and I say, yeah, and he's like, okay, and just be enamored with him. Like he just was such a great guy, and definitely he was for the streets as far as he's a people person, and he liked to be out there. If he could help, he would. Even if he had like a couple of dollars in his pocket, and he would just give it to his neighbors if they needed it. I'm working on it, Devin, because family, friends and family, like I love everybody dearly who has said, I'm here for you and things of that nature. But I just feel like it's different, and just to have like an outside person to just kind of do that counseling and just talk things out. Because like I was his caregiver as well, so just being there in ground zero with him is a lot. I'm not like outside of the ground zero, if you will, where it's affecting me in a different way, but it's like it's hitting me now that the dust has settled, and now it's like really sleepless nights. Just I'm lost because it's like, well, what do I do now? And the Foxy Moon, yeah, she's supposed to know all this stuff. Oh, on Emmerich, somebody was so stupid, and the person on Emmerich chat was like, oh, why didn't you, if you do tarot cards, it wouldn't have been telling you that your father was gonna die? And I was just like,
what?
Yeah.
Yo, wow.
Somebody said that. Somebody said
that. I done heard, and then I guess I done heard it. Listen, I think I said this to you, or people personally that know me said this, but I think I might have said it. If not, craziest thing I've heard. That's crazy, but listen to this. Mm-hmm. My pops died in 2012. So a friend of mine was like, oh yeah, I heard, but I didn't get an invite. You heard what I said?
Yeah.
They didn't get an invite to a funeral.
Wow.
Yeah. I looked at the person, I was like, yo, does he know what he said? Or is like he, you know what I mean? Like some people say, you wondering if they know what they saying, like if they listening to what they say, or if they think about it before they even open their mouth, because you don't get no invite to a damn funeral. Like
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, but that's what the person said to me. So I was just like,
people are so stupid. Like, and I know that they were trolling, and I was like, I didn't even take it too like crazy or whatever. But in all honesty, like I couldn't stay on the phone too long, because we got to keep the lines moving. But in actuality, I did see that my dad. I didn't know when, but I was just like asking for like advice because I was getting overwhelmed, and just, as far as like what should be our next steps, because we're trying to work on getting moving in and getting a house together, and just getting feedback from ancestors, spirit, and God, like what to do. And it showed me the Emperor was in reverse and the King of Pentacles was in reverse, and those are both father figures. And I was like,
Even if
so I
you
didn't
know,
really, I ignored it because I was like, I know what that means, but I, again, am not anticipating this is going to happen tomorrow. This could be 2 weeks from now. This could be a month from now, or 2 years from now. And so I just pushed it to the side and kept it moving. But my dad kept saying too, like he felt something was in the house, and I said that could be his wife, my stepmom. And she wants you to get yourself together and get out of the house. And, so we knew that things were happening supernaturally on that end, but it didn't matter what I was doing, like to cleanse the house and to cleanse him. God wanted him,
right.
I was a mere mortal, and all I can do is just try to help in some way to make him feel comfortable, but it didn't. I bought a bracelet for him, and I think I told you guys this, but it was weird, and I wanted to say that on spooky hours as well, but time constraint. But I bought my dad like this lanyard, blessed bracelet to keep on his arm with Saint Michael on it. And I get to the house like 2 weeks before he passes, and the shit is off his arm, on the floor next to his little table where he sits at. So I'm looking at it, and the way that it wasn't like the whole bracelet just came off and was just laying there. It looked like it was cut in half. So that was another tell sign that I was like, okay, whatever is trying to get to him, nothing that I'm doing, it can't keep him there, because he's halfway in the threshold. So, Big Cat, okay, where should I send that message to you, Big Cat? Are you on social? No, he's not. Big Cat's not on social media. I'll send it into an email. Send me an email. I think you still have my email address. Send me the email and I'll send you my number. Yes, thank you, Big Cat. He says, with much pain, with so much pain, play with Foxy, you playing up me, stand on that. Yeah, death is it's weird, especially when it's very unexpected. But and just as you said, Brother Maybach, with your cousin, and to be so young, like that's not expected at all.
Yeah, like that hit the family hard, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a beautiful person. Like, people say that, it be sounding cliche. My cousin was really like that, inside and out. You know what I mean? She was very like spiritual. She was a wife. She was taking care of both of her sons. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. And
was she home?
Huh? Yeah, her son found. Basically, yeah, her son found her, and he's the one who called her oldest son. Like, I think he was supposed to be getting ready to go to basketball practice, and she was supposed to take him. You know what I mean? And then she found him. I mean, he found her on the kitchen floor, and he called the ambulance. She got rushed to the hospital, and you know what I mean? She was at least like talking around those times. You know what I mean? And her sister got there. She spoke to her sister. She's like, yo, I feel like there's something in my chest. And there's something about her like trying to rip off the IVs out of her arms or whatever. And then they calmed her down. And then next thing you know, it was like, oh, she's dead. And it was like, what?
Wow.
Yeah. So, like I said, they all linked to one thing, man. That's all I got to say. Like, that's 4 friends last year, 5 this year. 9 of them all linked to the same thing. Yeah. No underlying conditions, nothing like that. I'm talking about like, maybe minor, like one might have, little sugar problem, you know what I mean? Blood pressure,
Yeah.
whatever, but wasn't nothing, no heart problems with none of them. None of them
Well,
had no.
here's the thing though. My dad, so in 2020, around his birthday, he had complained about some issues. Thought he might have been like a minor stroke or something. So we went to the hospital and they found out that he has an AFib, which is just like a little irregularity in his heart. So other than that, he doesn't have any other issues health-wise. So with that being said, adding to the Jim Jones juice a year later accelerated his heart issue. Plus he drank, he had his beers and stuff like that. And we know that alcohol can suppress your immune system if you consume a lot of it.
Correct.
And I definitely know that added to it, but with the Jim Jones juice definitely accelerated a lot of
Correct.
And we both, it was crazy because before him doing that, we both were like, nah, we're not doing that, we're not getting that thing and yada yada yada. And soon as they started opening stuff back up again, but you had to get the thing to go back into like restaurants and stores and work. He calls me and he's like, I went to the dark side. And I'm like, what did you do? And he's like, I went and did that. And I'm like, no.
Same with me.
He's like, I gotta get back into the restaurants. Like, how am I gonna go hang out with my friends? And I'm like, oh.
I didn't, man. Listen, I didn't. I was trying to tell a lot of people, but the simple sheeple story, everyone was saying, yo, I gotta pay my bills. Who's gonna do this? Are you gonna do this? And I'm like, no, it's not about you asking me that question. Like, yo, take a stand. If people actually, it's unconstitutional. I was saying it before I even heard that it was unconstitutional. I put it to people like this. There's Coke, there's Pepsi, and there's Sprite. These people tell you no longer have a choice anymore on what you're gonna have, what you're gonna intake. You're only gonna drink Sprite. And you're just gonna agree with it and say, you know what? At least I'm drinking something carbonated. I have to have my carbonated. No, it's not about that. The bigger thing you should be paying attention to is someone controlling you, telling you what you can and can't have. You understand? And how come they don't do it for something else? Listen,
but you know what? I hear you. But it really put a lot of people in a fear factor where at the time, they couldn't even rationalize
the word that you was using earlier on the show. You used it a few times. The fear mongering that they was doing. And this is why my sisters, who's my mom's proxy, like as you said earlier, like you are to your pops. It's like it was a fight between me and them two. And I'm putting you on. They in the medical field.
Right.
I'm not. But I'm reading stuff. I'm seeing the real doctors who have super duper big credentials, who put their jobs on the line and saying, don't do it, don't take it. They took a stand. But see, the funny thing is, my younger sister ended up taking a stand when they was like, oh, if you're trying to, if you're trying to become a parent and this and that, it's not good to take it. So she fell back from it. You understand what I'm saying? But my second sister did. Because there's people that they were saying if you are trying to birth a child and you take it, might cause complications. Some people are saying they even lost the child because of it. I don't know. But I'm just saying, it's like I get what you were saying like earlier. Like they use the fear mongering. They tell people if you already have medical problems, it's gonna be great for you to take it, because if you do take it, you're not gonna end up in the hospital. But people still ended up in the hospital. So it didn't make no sense anyways. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, I stayed away from it. I took a stand. I told my JOB, listen, you know what I mean? I know how it is already in y'all faces. You know what I'm saying? Everyone is disposable here. So y'all don't care. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So I was like, listen, man, I'm not taking it, and I didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got my beauty queen up here, my beautiful sister from another mister. Look at her. Look at her glowing. I love it. I'm missing your
Showing her
face.
face.
I just wanted to come up here. It was Fun Day Friday with my daughter, but I wanted to come up here because when you see your sister hurting in a way, you just want to come and give some support. So I've been thinking about you as much as I can text you and let you know. And I want you to know that I'm praying for your heart and praying for your healing. And let yourself go through this. It's going to be hard. So there's nothing wrong with that. Go through that. And as long as it's, not toxic, and you can find you a way to run, get you some sun, sit outside, do the things that remind you of him, all that's okay. Just take on those memories because God sent you a great father and protected you with those memories and his spirit and soul, You looking good with that red lipstick. I just wanted to tell you
I had
that.
to put it on.
My daughter wanted to say hi.
Hi, beautiful. How are you? She doesn't.
hiding.
That's okay. How was school today? Or she's out of school?
Yeah. We went to a crystal store, Foxy. We was in the mall, and she passed up the store and ran in there, and it just lit up her whole day. She was like, "This is my favorite store." And
Yay!
yeah, she
What
bought like 4
crystal did she
crystals.
get? What crystal did she get?
I think she got
Purple
the quartz, the black one, what is that, tourmaline or something like
Yeah,
that?
tourmaline.
Like a golden stripe one.
Oh, the tiger head, the golden stripe one she picked.
Very good.
Yeah, so
Okay.
It's like a blackish purple.
yeah, so
Black
she's
is purple.
everything that you said that she might be, Foxy. She is coming out.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah,
I'm
so
so
I thank you. It's been a pleasure ever since I met you. So my life has been better for that. And I just always want to give you the support that you've always given me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That made my heart fill. Thank you.
Amen.
Because it's not in vain of what I'm saying to people.
Mm-hmm.
They're reaching. Somebody else had sent me on Instagram behind the scenes that first they asked, how was I doing, and then to let me know that they're living out the life that I told during the reading. Like, it's coming to fruition now a year later, and he's like, I just want to let you know that it's happening now. I'm living through it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
Good.
Well, I just wanted to say hi. We like waiting on food and in this hot garage.
Yeah, man. Like hot all over. Well, that's good. I'm glad you girls were able to come up here and say hi to me. I thank you so much for that. I appreciate that.
Of course, I love you, Foxy.
I love you as well. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Bye, honey.
That's girl.
Aw. Yay. Her baby's got crystals.
That's what's up.
Because they are the future. And we have to teach them the way and not get lost with this other stuff that they're competing with.
She almost made me cry with that message that she had for you.
Oh,
I
right.
lost my daddy too, so it made me just think like,
yeah.
No, for real, because I was bad for a minute. That's why I don't want to tell you because what might, what worked for me may not work for you, but I know I was in a dark place. And once I started talking, and, letting it out, what I was told, the best thing I was told was, it's simple too. Don't get yourself in a dark place. Don't be sitting there crying. Celebrate that man. Every day, every time you get up, celebrate that person. You know what I mean? That's what I was told. Because they wouldn't want you to be in a stupor and, all of that other stuff, be depressed, and you know what I mean? So celebrate them. Any way you can. And like she was saying, there's going to be things every day throughout the day. Someone's going to say something that's going to remind you of him. Someone's going to do something that's going to, you know what I mean? Especially when it comes to the family, So, yeah, y'all going to have those times where holidays come around, he's gonna be sitting somewhere. You'd be like, yeah, this is what he would be drinking right now. This is what he's watching right now. This is what he would be eating. His plate. Still, listen. Thanksgiving come, we make a plate.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we make a plate. Yeah, there's no one physically there that's gonna eat it, but we still.
Yeah, that's how you honor them.
Yeah, still function. Like the person is still here. So, yeah. Whatever works for you, like she said, man, just, to me, I would just say, don't let yourself get to a dark place, because it could be bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I then called up for this bereavement support group, because
I think I told you, I don't know if I told you, one of the, I have 10 friends that passed. 9 of them because of the Jim Jones. One of them deleted himself on Easter morning.
Wow.
I don't know if I told you. I think I told Lotus. I think I told Lotus. But yeah, I didn't want to say too much to you because you was already, going through your stuff. But then I was like, let me just let you know where I'm going, because you kind of asked me how I've been doing.
No, you did tell me, and then you had let me know about your cousin as well. And I'm like, yo, what the heck, man? Like,
yeah, like I said, 4 or 5 last year, like 5 this year. It's like I said, 10. But only one, and I don't, like I said, and the one that removed himself, I seen him before that. That's what I'm saying. They always say the person looks fine. I didn't see did you see some signs? Was there signs? You don't know. Right. Some people are good actors. Some people look like I'm one of them. When I was dying inside, I was putting on a good front around people. They had no clue. You know what I'm saying? Until I was comfortable and overcame that, and I started telling them, yo, man, I was doing bad when my pops passed away. You were? I seen you. You was making everybody laugh. Remember when you came over? Yeah, that was me masking it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm making other people laugh, but I'm really, crying inside and stuff like that. But like I said, once I came out of that place, it was like, I overcame that. It was like, okay, let me celebrate my pops. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. So yeah. Of course, you're going to shed some tears or whatever here and there. That's human. We're human. We can't control it. So that's why I said I would never tell you what to do. I just could say, don't get to that dark. My dark place wasn't a good place. That's what I mean by don't let yourself get there.
Yeah, and even before all that, I know what the dark place is, and that's why I say I don't want this to happen. That's why I keep saying I went and called for help, because I could get to that dark place. Me and the dark place are friends. And my kids still need me here. So no matter if they're adults, I'm still needed. So I said, no, I'm going to sign up for some counseling and just take it from there. Because
whatever, if you feel that's gonna help,
and like I do my other stuff and things like that. Like I still do my meditations and go outside when it's nice. I do all the things that I would advise everybody else. Just sometimes, like, it's a thought that just consumes me, because like I said, I was being the caregiver, and now I'm like lost. So now that part of doing, being in action with him is stopped, and and just picking up the phone to just say, you're right, I'll see you tomorrow, or just those simple little conversations. And
correct.
He's a master teacher. Him and my mom, they taught me so much, and he took care of me when somebody left me and raised me to be his daughter. And I couldn't leave him. There would be no way. I would be an asshole if I left him in his time of need. So I stuck around and I did what I needed to do, as a daughter, as a child, and take care of him. So I'm comforted with that. I'm just sad that I don't get to talk to him in the physical. And I already told him, I said, I don't want to talk to him in the spiritual. Like how I was saying with Rich Mo, I was like, I don't want y'all here right now. I can't handle that. And I think because he's kept himself at bay. Like he's kind of like been circling, but he's kept himself at bay, because I'm like, he knows that bothers, it's bothering me. And that's, you know, he doesn't want to, like he said in The Living, he's like, I don't want to overwhelm you. I don't want to burden you. So he probably's feeling like that now on the other side as well. Like, I'm not going to burden her because I'm like, I can't handle you.
He's your angel. He's always going to be with you.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But I'm like, no. Please don't start doing that stuff. Like, I just got into the rhythm of my grandmother's passing, because between her and my dad, those were my pillars that I can just lean on. And now they're both gone. And so I feel just really, I don't want to get into a place of being isolated because I'm lost. So I gotta get that help and stuff. But you know, that's what it is. I appreciate you guys.
Too much because ain't the kids in the house?
Yeah, but I know how to like shut all of that.
You said I know how to move incognito.
Yeah, man. The isolation, locked doors or whatnot. They're gonna have to bust through it. But you know, and the other thing is that I don't show them that I'm crying, so that doesn't get them sad. So it's kind of like I'm suppressing a lot of my feelings, which isn't good either, just to make other people not, you know, and even though they're like, Mom, that's okay, like you can let it out, but they get sad. So I don't want to make them sad. I just
but you gotta let it out though. Like Lotus said, it shows that you're human. You know what I mean? That's what I said earlier. Like, you know, you like one day, like I said, my son, I gave him a fork, or was it a spoon? And he smelled it. And that stuff my father did. It could be in the house. You don't want to be at a restaurant. Yeah, he smelled it and it was like, Daddy, this don't smell clean. And I had, when I turned around, tears just started flowing. And I didn't turn around because I didn't want him to see that. I was like, wow. So I went and I called my mom's. I said, wow. I said, King just did something that Dad used to do. And she was like, what? I was like, I gave him a silverware. And he smelled it before using it. Yo, my mom.
Wait, and didn't your dad used to carry his utensils?
Nah.
No, he didn't. Okay, maybe I'm thinking about one of my family members. That's cute.
Anywhere he could be anywhere. He could be at your house. He trusts you. He's eating from you. He's gonna smell the
He'll still smell it.
Yeah, and my son did that. That was the first time I ever seen him do that. I was like, wow, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So that like got me. You know, whatever. I was like, wow. I seen him do other things that might like play. We all play with our hair. Like that's something my father, you know, always found one spot of his on his head, and he would twirl or play with it, whatever. I do that, and my son do that. Even my daughter does it too. It's weird. So I've seen little traits in that, but I never gave him a silverware before. Till that day, he smelled it. And I was like, wow, yeah, that just got me. I was like, wow, oh my God. Like when I come in the house, he used to always sit like on the left-hand side of the kitchen. So to this day, it doesn't matter. Any time of the day I'm going into the kitchen, I always automatically just look to the left side. Like, you know what I mean? So that's things like that. You know what I mean? But it's so just like I said.
I mean, I am rolling through the punches, and you know, it's an even exchange of cracking up about stories like that, and about my dad, and then it's just like, wow, you're really gone. Like the reality of it just sits in. Correct. Devin says he had a difficulty. He definitely had to find the strength and didn't know how when his mom passed away last year. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Oh yeah.
Tough, man. My daughters didn't understand. They were young though.
Yeah.
Yeah, see? That's just like my daughter.
He says his daughter didn't understand, but the young they're young. We've been taking it on, Dave.
That's like my kids. Well, my son on his mom's side, his grandfather passed away. My son at 6 years old, he got it. He knows where he you know, he understands that. My daughter now, she doesn't. She still asks to this day, "Is he really gone?" You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
But she don't really ask if she's gone. She asks, "Is he coming back?" That's what she's asking at 5. She's like, "Is he coming back?" And I think she's just now recently getting it. This happened. When did it happen? Like, I think a few months ago. Yeah, it was like maybe about 6 months ago. So it was like last year sometime. So she's just now getting it that he's not coming back, like where he, you know what I mean? So, but she was 4 when it happened. Yeah, so she was 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was 4. She's 5 now. Yeah, so it was last year. Yep, he passed away. Yep. Same thing with him. Jim Jones juice complications. Yeah.
Now, Devin, was this natural causes that happened with mom, or was it Jim Jones spiked? Because we're hearing a lot of that, and that's what triggered me 2 weeks ago, because I was on IG and I was like, something led me to this page, and I'm reading it and I'm like, wait, hold up. People were saying that they were having neurological issues, heart issues, things of this nature. And I'm like, my dad kept saying, like, had the shakes and stuff. But I'm like, I know, like, when somebody's either a recovering alcoholic or they just have those symptoms, it's like withdrawal and stuff. And he was having that quite frequently. And I'm like, I don't think that's alcohol. And he couldn't put his hand on it. He kept saying, I don't feel right. He's like, I don't know what it is, but I just don't feel right. Like the past. So, okay, the end of December, the beginning of December, I should say, of 2022, a friend of his calls me and says, look, your dad doesn't look good, and I don't think he's going to make it. You need to get over here. And I'm like, she's like, I don't think he'll make it in 24 hours. You need to come over here. And I'm like, okay. So I had something to do that morning. I said, I'll go check on him. Went over there, checked on him. And he was sitting in his chair. He was cooled out watching TV. But the side of his mouth looked a little like droopy. So she gets there and she's like, look at him. She's like, he doesn't look right. And I think you need to take him to the hospital. And I was like, all right, we'll jump in the cab. She's like, no, you need to call the ambulance. She's a home health aide, so she knew like signs to look for and stuff.
Yeah.
So got in the ambulance, get to the hospital. I told the EMT workers that my dad had fallen a couple of times. I believe he may have a contusion. He needs to, get that checked out. So they went and got him CAT scan and MRI. Sure enough, he had blood on the brain. They did emergency surgery that day and took him up to the ICU. Mind you, now he calls me because they monitoring if he had any brain damage sustained from this, the blood being on his brain, or after the surgery, could there be any damage? Well, no, because he calls me on his cell phone and says, I'm out of surgery, and when are you coming to pick me up? Or when are you coming to the hospital? There, I already knew he was fine. Fast forward, now he's out of the ICU for 3 days. He's out of the ICU. Now he's on regular floor, and they want to get him PT to help him balance and walk and so forth and so on. They can't figure out, he might have had a mild stroke, but they couldn't figure out what would have caused, definitely the fall is what he did have a contusion. And so it was a clot. Now, mind you, he had gotten the Jim Jones juice already before all this. And
that was another side effect. Clots.
Bingo. Yeah. Bingo. So we stayed in that hospital for 2 weeks, and then was transferred over to a rehab hospital where he would get more physical therapy, occupational therapy, so forth and so on. And he's at home now, and he's pretty good, despite that he had his head opened and the blood suctioned out and whatnot. We went to his follow-up appointment with the surgeon. They said, his MRI looks good. The blood clot is getting really small. They were just like, we're just amazed that you're even here with us. People don't come back from that. Either they are, end of life, or they're vegetables. Yeah. And so, that was going into January. February, he's still wobbly. He's walking with a cane now. He never did that. And again, something happened where his hands started getting real shaky. And so his little spot that he goes to calls the hospital, calls the ambulance again. So I'm like on the phone with him, like, what's up? What's going on? And he's like, they're going to take me over to the hospital. They did some tests. They couldn't really see what was going on. His blood count was normal. So he's like, I think I got Parkinson's. And I'm like, well, if you had Parkinson's, they probably would have worked you up for that, like that. So I said, don't worry, I will get an appointment for you on Monday. I'll come over Monday. This is like Wednesday, Thursday. I'm talking to him the week going into when he passed away. But all along, even before this in the hospital and out of the hospital, he kept saying, I don't feel right. There's something. He's like, I can't place my finger on it. I just don't know. He's like, but I don't feel like myself. And I'm really trying to understand him because on a medical standpoint, having medical background, I'm trying to like help understand what it is that he's going through. And then I'm like, well, maybe you need grief counseling. Maybe you need to, I'm trying to help figure it all out. And at the end, once I looked at that Instagram page and these people just saying all the stuff that was happening after taking the Jim Jones juice, I'm like, this is what was the ticking time bomb in my dad. So
yeah, people don't.
2 months after that, he's gone. That week he got out of the hospital. He was fine. Went again to go hang out at his little spot. Gone. Taken out just like that. April 29th. So I didn't, like nobody saw it coming because he was looking good. His neighbors were like, wow, he's walking like without his cane, like he's going down the steps fine. So that's why it's harder to, really accept it because it's just like
exactly.
It's a sudden thing.
That's how I feel with, my friends passing, my cousin. Like I'm at peace with it, but it's just that
right.
This person had no problems like this prior to this thing. It makes me, you know what I mean? It just makes you think like, listen, like I said, it can't be nothing else but that.
Exactly.
I have a friend, like you said, I had a friend earlier last year from a stroke. Mad young. Like, come on. Like, you in your 40s. Like, that was unheard of back in the 80s when I was a kid. When you heard anybody had a heart problem or stroke, they was elderly. Exactly. So you automatically, it's one of those things like, oh, yeah, I expect that. You know what I mean? Not saying that's what you, but you get what I'm saying. Like, oh, yeah, she was 89.
Exactly.
But you talking about 30s, people in their 30s, 17. You got even little kids, toddlers, jab. But after that, funniness. Exactly. Like, come on. I mean, De Niro talks about it. Oh, my son was perfectly fine. Autism. Like, yeah. I'm not talking about. I didn't hear about that. The juice, but I'm talking about autism. Like, people think it's, oh well, I took this pill when I slept with his mother, and maybe that's why he came out. No, it has nothing to do with that. They've been saying there's a movie that they banned. They were supposed to come out in the theaters, and then they was trying to put it on Netflix, and it has to do with what we all talking about right now. Yeah, and Robert De Niro, Robert F. Kennedy, they go around talking about it. They even challenge people in higher ups. They challenge them. They said, we'll pay you 200 and some, I think it's 225 or 250,000 each person if they do the same thing that they forcing these people to take, and the kids and all of that. Yeah, they said, we'll pay y'all. Since y'all saying it's okay, it's fine. It's these same people. I did a video on my channel talking about it, the lab grown meat. Yeah. Did you see that? Yeah, I did a video. Yeah, I did a thing on it. Yeah, they proved it.
they approved lab grown meat, guys.
Yes.
So now you don't even have to worry about, oh, am I going to harm an animal? You can go ahead and eat this out of the lab.
Yep, you can get your plastic, you can get a bunch of chemicals, whatever they using to create it. Yeah. So I mean, there's already the plastic rice out there.
Uh-huh.
So hey, this is
And Trump kept saying that it was out there in Wuhan, and people, they were like, oh, well, we don't know where, but there's stuff because Earth was showing on MREC's platform, and then I went on to her Instagram, and she was showing like pictures of Barry Obama and Dr. Fraudzy out in the Wuhan labs a couple of years before the outbreak.
Yeah, before it happens, yeah.
So what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
And Trump was like, nah. And China, that's China's thing that came over here. Da 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 da. And see, again, here's my thing. I'm not on any side when it comes to political parties, because we all know that that's, way above our pay grades. We know what that is about. But Trump came in on some, let's put these borders up and let's get our businesses back into America and let's make America great again.
Yeah, let's get it back to the States. Yeah.
He said,
oh, he wanted to clean house too.
He said, and drain the swamps.
Yeah, the deep state. Yeah, he wanted to clean.
Right.
Didn't like that. Once he said that, he's another guy. Because remember, he quoted a couple of leaders, a couple of people that they don't like. You know what I mean? And once he did that, he put a target on his back.
Basically.
I mean, like, listen. People really see, this is what I'm saying again. People fall for the banana in the tail. You see, your boy Trump's about to get indicted. Ha 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 ha. I'm like, oh, you really think that's what's going on? Do you really know what's the real thing behind that? That's all smoke and mirrors, brother.
Exactly.
That's just a man juggling in front of you to distract you from. You know what I mean? So
and because he didn't consent and contest to the indictments. Or something to do with his presidency. He's still technically the president.
Foxy, that's what I was about to say. Foxy, Biden said it. This is what I'm trying to say. These people let you know what is going on. I mean, we the ones who awaken, we can hear, we can catch certain things. Hey, I caught that. But that's why they talk. They do the press conference and they make it so boring. So that way, while they saying the important stuff, you're not paying attention. It goes right by you like that. He been said there's gonna be another, pan coming. Exactly. All right, but we know it's a planned one. But anyways, with this whole thing, with this indictment thing, this is what kills me. When Clinton was president, he lost. You could go back because the record shows this. He supposedly lost the code to the nukes when he was a president. Never mind files, pieces of paper that they try to say this man had, which he's authorized. This is why I say we're in the times where people just buy whatever's being sold. They don't check it. They don't look at it. Like back in the days, remember,
they're not doing their reading. They're not reading up.
Remember we had to go. Oh, I like these jeans. Let me go in the fitting room and try it on. Instead of buying it and walking out the store and then realizing I got hoodwinked. It ain't this, it ain't that. It doesn't fit. Now you got to come back, waste time. This is just too much. Right? Exactly. They're not doing the research when this guy was authorized to have the paper that he was found with. These papers were basic information. The real, classified stuff, they brief you on it. They don't give you paperwork. So if he had some important paperwork and documents that can't be seen, it wouldn't be. See, that's why I said it'd be simple, common. I don't want to say common sense.
he's not taking that stuff from the White House and bringing that to his house. Like, yeah, we bring our work home. He's not like they looking for stuff that they're like, oh, he took stuff from the White House, and that's
what I'm
not.
trying to say.
Yeah, he has no authority.
Correct. This is stuff that he's authorized to have. So it's like nothing. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like homework that they tell you, hey, take this home and finish it and bring it back. That that's what they, you know what I mean? It wasn't nothing important. It wasn't the codes to the nukes. It wasn't you know, how the militaries ran, and it's not stuff that, you know, spies. What about the guy that this guy released for Brittany Griner? This guy was doing that type of stuff for that country that she was being a prisoner of. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't be paying attention to the real important stuff, or stuff that really makes sense, that have weight to it. It's just that whatever they hear, and they try to bring it up and argue with you, and you're like, no, brother, did you know this? Did you know that? Or sis, did you know this? Did you? Oh no, I didn't know that. Yeah, but why ain't you doing your due diligence? You can't argue something and you don't have no clue what you're arguing about. You know what I'm saying? Like, or you're talking about something and you don't know what's really going on. It's like, bro, did you know when Clinton was the president, he lost the codes to the nuke? Who does that? We're talking about the nuke. He could have got jailed for that. He's supposed to get jailed for that. But did he? Nothing happened. There was no indictment, fake indictment. There wasn't no, let's make it look like we're gonna take him to jail when he's not. You get what I'm saying? Right. But they doing that with this dude, and by, like, yo, this is what I'm trying to tell people. He falsely won. There was no change of president. He's not the president. I mean, he let you know he's not the president. They say, by the way, the flags are set up behind them. They let you know. Trump did that when Trump was president at one time, and then the pandemic or whatever we had going on, he was like, "Oh, I'm now giving up my power to now what's the groups called, NSA." They had the authority at one point. Yeah, at one point he said this. It was all broadcast in front of the world. He was like, "Yes, I'm giving up something, my rights, my power, and the NSA is running the country right now." Yeah, like, people don't be paying attention to stuff like that. You know?
So Cuba has allowed China to set up a military facility type base there. Poor
Thank
Cuba.
Thank you too, Lotus, for the prayers. I just caught her. She said she's sending me some love and prayers.
Love and prayers. You know what's crazy is that I was doing a reading for myself. This was, when was that? He was up for re-election. Trump was up for re-election in 2020 or 2021, something like that. But anyway,
one of those years.
I was doing a reading for myself because I like to do that from time to time. Just, you know, ask what directions and stuff that I should be going and doing. And his spirit, his guide, superseded into my reading. And I'm like, who are they talking about? I was shown the White House and Trump, and that Trump is going to win the election. And that he also has very high power beings in the unseen world and in the seen world that work with him. He himself is a very spiritual person. He works with light and dark sides, basically. What was the other thing? And that there could be some type of setup to get him deleted, but that he would bounce from that because it was very superficial. Shooting, hit him, and that his angel guides will be a shield for him, and that's why he wouldn't be severely, taken out.
Well, they attempted to a couple of times, remember?
And that, I didn't know that.
His first term, they had sent stuff.
I didn't know that.
I think they sent something to one of the houses, and I think Hunter opened it, and they thought it was the white powder from years ago. Facts. Yeah, when he first was president, like the first term or whatever, when he first got in there, like it was like they tried a few times and stuff like that. There was even videos where they said they was kind of like not predicting, but like saying they're gonna try this and try that while he's there. You know what I mean? So,
well, honey, I saw that and I was like, okay, so there was an angel that was going to take over, you know, like be in the way of shielding him. So I let it alone because I was like, well, this isn't a reading for me. Why is he coming up into my reading? So come to find out, salute to Voodoo. Voodoo's in the building. Peace to Voodoo. Lotus says she's being quiet because she's been shadow banned.
She's what?
She's being quiet. Lord, are you shadow banned here with us, or are you on for your own? She says she's being shadow banned.
Notice don't be talking about nothing. You can't. You got
right. So I'm like, what is she talking about? She might have said some stuff, and now
you gotta say some stuff to be shadow banned.
What was I saying? So yeah, he has some powerful people, you know, in the unseen, or entities I should say, in the unseen and in the seen world.
It's funny that you say that.
Things are going to happen. And why has he been fighting for people to know that he won the presidency?
Yeah. Because you know him, he's a some people would say he's conceited. He's a confident dude. That's all. And he will always throw that in his opponent's face. He don't like Biden. That's the funny thing, because before he became the president, he said, I've been funding Democrat Party for years. I'm good friends with the Clintons. Like his daughter and their daughter's like cool. This is why it's fun. Like, yo, this thing is WWF to me, man. It's funny because they play like they're bad guys, but behind closed doors, they having drinks and eating at each other's house, laughing. I mean,
exactly.
When you said he got that entity or whatever, I don't know if I think I told you this, but you probably don't remember. But I'll bring it up. He always, when he was president, he made sure to throw it in our faces that he has very pure blood, and his blood goes back to you know, Anunnaki or whatever. You know, if you type it up,
confirmed it for me.
Yeah, like type up Trump talking about his blood, and he kept saying this blood is pure.
He's not lying then. And listen, you guys are hearing this from me, and we already had 2 testimonies, one online and one in the chat just today, saying how I've, you know, done some things in their lives that kind of changed the trajectory. So when I'm telling you that I had this reading come to me about Trump, and that he has higher, and the Anunnakis are what, the angels, or what we would consider angels, right? He's not lying. He's not lying when he said that. The other thing that I was going to tell you is that when there's this website you can go to. It's called Gematria, and it's a Hebrew website where you can see what your name means, and it also.
I love Gematria. Yeah, I love
yes,
but it's mad difficult though.
It is.
I'm mad.
I'm very complex, first grade level with it. Like
I'm not even there yet. I just listen.
I got enough to know what my name. So peep it. All my government names, my alias names, 4 out of 5 of the names all tie into Donald Trump.
That's crazy.
Thank you. And I'm like, wow. So my name is associated with his. Obama showed up, and Meghan Markle showed up, and Harry. And then a lot of other things showed up, like more like Christ related, and I'm an apostle, and just all those other kind of biblical, like my name's associated with like biblical stuff as well. But the Trump thing really like bugs me out, because I think I had already got that download when I got that reading. And then I went on Gematria, and then I started looking up my name, and then I saw all this, the Trump was associated. I'm like, wow, that makes sense that he would reach out, or his spirits would reach out, his entities would come to me and let me know, like, he won that election. And I didn't talk about it. I just let it be. I was like, because who am I going to tell? What am I going to tell? But it started playing itself out. Like, he was fighting. He's like, listen, that was rigged. And he kept saying that it was unfair. They didn't do the tallying. And he's been fighting ever since to get back in position. Well, it makes sense, because, yeah, he did win. He just got bamboozled out of it, because the other people have an agenda that Trump wasn't fitting for that narrative, and Biden's going to go along with the okie doke. So it's like, okay, we got to get this guy out, because he's trying to drain the swamps, and he's just going to blow all our cover up. But now it backfired, because it's being exposed anyway. And Trump didn't have to tweet any of that. It's being shown now. You guys are showing us your hand. I.e., the president's son is a cokehead. Like, what is the deal?
Does it even look like there's a president? Like, you mean to tell me this elderly guy who can't even complete a sentence, can't remember stuff, don't throw
tripping up the steps.
Yeah, talking about, who falls? Now, everyone that I've known that fallen off of a bike, they was moving. No one was standing still, okay, on a bike and just falls over. Like, this dude can't walk up no steps. He's tripping. He falls down. Like, did you see the one that I think it was? He got on the stage. He went to go shake some dude's hand.
Right.
And he just fell. Like, he looked stiff. Like, just.
But wasn't it? He was shaking somebody's hand, but they weren't there. Like, he was like shaking.
He was going to shake their hand.
Right, but there was nobody there.
Yeah, no, he couldn't even make it there. Like, he fell on the way there. It was just like, yo, bro, how you fall on the way?
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, that's your president? Exactly. This is not looking out for us. No wonder why China and India is out there. Like, listen.
Did you see the new footage?
No.
He's talking. He says, oh, yeah, Sarah was only 13 and I was 30 years old. And I told her, she better come over here. She better grow. Yeah, you didn't see that one?
No.
Yes, this is a real footage of him talking about she was 12 or 13 and he was 30 and he told her, get over here. Yo, you can't make it up. Like, listen, that's what the person put in the video. It was that real. They was like, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. Remember, I mean, they want to legalize it, don't they?
They sure do.
Or say it's normal. They want to say it's normal because, you know, a young child can consent and say.
Well, here's the thing. Speaking about consenting, I went online because this whole everybody's favorite rapper, there's an alleged son that says, you know, he's my father. Now, if you look at this young man, he's about 30 years old. He has the nose of everybody's favorite rapper. And he's like, it's not that I want money from him. I just want an acknowledgement. And he's taking everybody's favorite rapper to criminal court because at the time that his mother was pregnant, she was a minor. He was in his mid-20s when that happened. Again, why would a 15-year-old say, you know, this 23-year-old, 24-year-old, you know, is the baby daddy And, you know, like she knows, I mean, she could, there's some girls that, you know, will do those kind of things and scheme and scam and stuff like that. But at the time he was just, you know, back and forth doing the little drug stuff.
Yeah.
So whatever. I mean, but she's 15 years old. So I had to go online. It was in Pennsylvania. And I know what our stature of limitation or a consenting is, what age. And I said, let me look in Philly and see what age is consenting for them. Well, it's the same thing like here, 16. In other places, I looked like in, I think it was China or something like that. It's 13. And here's why a lot of the stuff that's going on with the children, and it's not even, it's the younger children that have no voice. But then when you get to the teenagers, they maneuver these teens around because at the age of 15, 16, they can become emancipated adults. So they can leave home if they leave home and then get abducted. These children, like these nefarious people, know how to get through the loopholes because they know that by law this is not a crime because this child is of age to be consenting, even though she's a minor.
Yeah, correct.
I'm like, these bastards, they got it all figured out.
Correct. Facts. They're just trying to loophole and use that to their
right. He said, "God save the queen" at the end of the thing. Biden. Yeah, what are you saying? God save the queen? Because you know why? We're still tethered with the crown. Again, look at this documentary called The Ring of Power. We are still under the jurisdiction of London. So, Washington, D.C. has a phallus or Cleopatra's needle, and that is the military. London is the money and the brains. Is the money. Vatican also has a phallus, Cleopatra's needle, and they are the brains and the religion. So those are the three jurisdictions, and everybody operates under another. Vatican being the head, like I said, you got the military, which is at the bottom, that's DC. So, and they all are within the city. Like if you look at the Vatican, it's in a city within a city. Same thing with DC. DC has its own zip code, but it's a small little spot inside between Virginia and Maryland. But hey, these people got it all figured out and set up so that they can jump loops and go through loopholes, while the average citizen cannot do that. And we're being accosted and thrown in jail for stuff that, it's a first offense. Case in point, going back to minors, not a couple of years back, but almost 30 years ago, my best friend and myself went into a store, which would be kind of like a Walmart, but it's not on that great scale. And we stole some clothes. We boosted out of there, got some stuff. We stole a nice little denim dress with a shirt and a pair of shoes. We both had matching sets. So we walked out all day with that outfit on. We were looking too cute for school. So I don't know if it was the next day or the day after, we went back because we didn't get caught. So we're like, let's go back and let's go steal some more stuff. This time I have my daughter with me. I'm 17 years old. She's 16. So we're now leaving the store, and the security guard catches us and tells us to come back into the room. shows, he's like, empty out your bags. And we're like, I don't know what you're talking about. We're doing all the no. So I'm emptying out my daughter's baby bag, because I got all kinds of like panties, socks, whatever. I got clothes underneath me. She's got clothes. He says, you got about $80 worth of stuff here. And, we're inclined to call in the cops because you're shoplifting. And you did that before. And we're like, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. No, we got you on camera. So he says, he was lenient because he didn't call the cops. He says, he told my friend, call her, call your parents. I couldn't get a hold of my mother. So her father vouched for me. And he says, the only reason why, my daughter's my saving grace, but he says, if I really wanted to send you guys, she would be a minor and you would be considered an adult and your child would be taken away from you. Even though I'm under 18, but I can be charged as an adult. I'm not a minor, but I'm underage. You see, so this is what really got me started thinking about how these people be really working the system when it comes to the children. So I could be tried as an adult, but I'm under 18, but I'm not a minor. Minor is 16 and under. Wow. It's wow. That's why we really got to know these laws out here, because they that's how they get us, because we're not savvy on their laws and how we can find the loopholes to all of this.
And people don't be fighting either. They just take whatever. Oh yes, it's 5 years, I'll take that. Instead of like, if you fought, now you probably might have just had to pay a fine or something, you know what I mean? Or just be put on probation, who knows? But still, but that's their job anyways, to get you in the system. I mean, that's money for them. It's about 40. I don't know if the price should have probably went up, but it used to be like 40,000 and some change for each individual inmate to be housed. Yeah, to be housed. That's why a lot of private ones was being built, and we didn't even know who was funding it. Sometimes it's your favorite athlete or
right
this person or this superstar or this actor or actress. Yeah, like Jordan. I don't know if he still does, but one time I heard a story that he was funding a private prison.
The prisons, yeah. He kept saying, "No, it's not me. It's another Jordan."
Like, but everybody's buying your sneakers. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, paying this much for it, camping out, getting shot, getting stabbed, losing life for it.
Right?
Yeah, like, come on. Yeah, man. When people listen, man, that's why I said, listen. 50 was in the interview. I gotta find it because it's a great interview. The simple things that he says, but it's very powerful. So the interviewer says, I don't see you wearing a lot of labels. I don't see you wearing a lot of jewelry and stuff like that. So anyways, he says, oh, the jewelry, that's cool here and there. If you see me doing an event, I'll have it on. But other than that, he's like, at the end of the day, it's not really a good investment unless, you insure the stuff or there's some form of value to it, right? To where you pay 1.5 million, next year it's 2.5, you know what I mean? Or whatever, right? So anyways, he gets to the fashion. He says, when you start selling records or you start making a certain amount of money, now you in certain areas, you in certain meetings, you at certain, dinners with certain people. He said, I got into the fashion world. This guy tells me it costs $25 to make a shirt. You make the shirt for $25. You slap Gucci on it. You understand what now you're selling that T-shirt that was $25. You're selling it for $150 or $250 or $300, whatever.
Right.
Because it's Gucci. But really, if the person saw how much it costs to just make that T-shirt, there's nothing special about it. Besides just, the name. So he's like, why would I do that when part of my deal was to come out with my own brand and I can have my own stuff and I can wear this person's clothing that you don't even know and I can make this person big. and now get this person. You see what I'm saying? Like just the
Right.
simpler, like he was like, I don't need that. I'd rather invest my money or spend my money on something where there's a ROI on it instead of me just buying this t-shirt for $250 that they saying it's for this season and now it's played out. You know what I mean? Like I was like, damn man, that's so real. Like, yeah, I've been past that. I mean, I have a few name brand stuff, but I didn't pay a ridiculous number, like, you know, money for
Yeah.
it. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I like Nikes. Yeah, let me go to the outlet. Instead of going down the street and going to the mall and buying, you know what I mean? Like I like
Right.
wearing polo. I like polo. I go to Marshall's and get 3 for
Hello.
for the price of 1. So I'm paying $25 for 3 white tees of polo from Marshall's compared to if I go to the mall that's 20 minutes away from me, I'm gonna pay $25 for 1 polo tee.
Exactly.
Yeah, so why would I do that? I have a friend that it's closer for me to go to the mall than to drive 5 more minutes to Marshall's. That makes no sense, bro. You already in the car. Like, but that's how people are thinking nowadays.
Yeah.
Did
And
I
guess
tell you
what? When the stuff starts to dry up and things like that,
Yeah, listen.
all those name brands is going to be going out the window
Yeah,
because
exactly.
it's just too much. You're going to be fighting with surviving than trying to look like you going to a club. You know, I had posted on somebody's page this morning that, hey, I'm broke, but what I wear and how I wear it, I make it look rich. Because that's the nature of the beast. But we got people out here wearing Gucci slides, Gucci belts, and you're living in the PJs. You out here trying to front and stunt on people, and you're not living that life.
Listen, a lot of people say it too, and it's true. Like the people with the $1 billion, the ones who's owning the NFL teams, like I see Robert Kraft a lot, right? That man, I've never seen him with a Gucci belt on, never seen him with Louis, Prada, none of that. You know what I see on that man's feet? New Balance sneakers. Not even Nikes, not Adidas, New Balance. Every time I see him, he's got New Balance on his feet, or he's got some type of form of sneaker, but it ain't like all the Jordans. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It ain't Jordan. Yeah, it's not like, come on. Like, that's a fact. Billionaires, 21 Savage said the same thing. He was like, oh, because they asked him, oh, why you stop wearing jewelry? He's like, yo, when I started being around multi-millionaires and billionaires, they don't wear jewelry.
Right.
You know what I mean? He was like, they'll have a watch piece on, you know what I mean? Like a nice watch. You know what I'm saying? That watch is worth some good money or whatever. And, you know, whatever. But he's like, other than that, they don't have no chains on. You know what I mean? And bracelets.
Right.
And, rings on.
Yeah, when did you ever see Steve Jobs walking around with a big dookie chain on?
Facts.
Like,
or with the money, talking with the money like it's a phone.
Yeah. Like, and you know, I know it's like culturally or whatever you want to call it with us and things like that, but it's like y'all glorify these material things as a come up, and I get it because you didn't have it, but look at the people who do have it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not, and yeah, they're not you, and they didn't live like that, or you know, they're not your ethnicity, but these guys are not walking around here like that. They're wearing Gap t-shirts and freaking you know, Skippies, Sperry boot, what is it, the boat dock shoes. Like, they really are not.
Yeah, they wearing.
Yeah, taught us really well, Voodoo.
Listen,
so well that we all turned upside down here.
I've seen Robert Kraft with Wrangler jeans. They sell that at Walmart.
Thank you.
Wrangler jeans.
And I'm sure that's where he's going to.
Listen, I shop there. I don't care what anyone think. I'm way past.
Because they still got name brand stuff in there.
Yes, I mean, it's decent. I mean, like I said, I still get my little polo, you know, a couple of Nikes, Adidas. But what I'm trying to say is I've never bought nothing Gucci. I've never bought nothing Louis. I've never bought no Prada. I'm fine. I'd rather invest that money on my kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather put something in the bank for them instead of buying that. That's not doing anything for me in my life right now. It's
Exactly.
not. My status don't go up. It don't make me more important. It don't make me more a better person. It don't do nothing. That's the funny thing. If this is another thing, right? The stuff that Robert Kraft is wearing, these billionaires, the suits that they're wearing, the real fashionista people, the people in the fashion world, knows what they're wearing. And it's not, like I said, it ain't like they'll have a $5,000, $10,000 suit on or whatever, but it ain't Gucci. You understand what I'm saying? It might be some Italian brand. It might be this type of, you know what I mean? It's some guy that you ain't never, the name might sound so crazy, but you didn't know that's worth more than Gucci and Louis Vuitton.
Exactly. I don't know if I told you guys this once before, but Devin says what they gave rappers the most outlandish to wear when it comes to Gucci. You know what I mean? Consumer would never. That's right. We would never wear that stuff.
Yeah.
I worked in so in my career background is a medical assistant. So that's like one step under a nurse. I can do everything a nurse can do except for do prescription. However, I worked in pediatrics. That's my main background, and I worked in the Upper East Side in New York City. It's very hoity-toity, a lot of Jewish doctors there. Your actresses, your actors bring their kids to these doctors. So I was working with her one day, and she had a Louis Vuitton bag. It's the white, all white with the rainbow color on the bags, the lettering. And I said, "Wow, Dr. Goldberg, I really like your bag. It's so pretty." She says, "Darling, this is a fake. I got it down in Canal Street, Chinatown, for those that don't know, because they sell knockoffs. Why would I spend so much money on buying that bag when I can just get this for like $50? Meanwhile, she had on Fendi tights. So it's not that she was, she was being frugal, but she could very much so. She's a pediatrician. She can very much so, and her husband's a doctor as well. She can afford a couple of Louis Vuitton bags. But when homegirl said to me, "Why would I want to spend my money on buying that when I could use my money for something else?"
Correct.
Listen, I was like, "Wow, Dr. Goldberg, you just schooled me," because they're not doing it. But we have to have this status symbol, and then we're getting shot up for this stuff. You can't even have it just to have it because you want it and it's nice. Correct. Now you got to worry about some wolf out there like, what? Now it's mine.
You can't get it. And now, that's the thing. Waka Flocka said the same thing. He said after he had a conversation with Dick Gregory, he was like, yo, it blew his mind. He said he wished he spoke to Dick Gregory way beforehand, or he might have saw a video of Dick Gregory, but basically he said he copped a Bentley and went to the hood and was driving it, and he got put on to the Dick Gregory video where Dick Gregory's like, yo, why would you show your wealth to the people that don't have that? Now it's like, you going back to show them like you made it, but you're really rubbing it in their face like, nigga, look at my shit. You can't drive this, or you can't, you know what I mean? And he was like, yo, he wished he knew that. So after watching that video, changed his mind perspective. He ended up buying a couple of commercial buildings downtown. And I was like, see, you see that? That's the way it's supposed to be on some, this is the wealth right here that you want. Right. This is what's going to help you years from now and even years later down the line. The kids can benefit from it. That Bentley is only now. That's nothing. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, just change his mind. And that's what it's supposed to be about. But
the smart way of doing things. And then you can buy your materialistic stuff. Nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But be smart about it. Not holding it up outside for everybody to see, because guess what? They want that.
You said Mary jeans, Devin. I remember a Vizu jeans. I remember a Vizu jeans was like
Diesel jeans.
A Vizu, yeah, the Vizu jeans was like a what was it, 1,200. I remember dudes was going crazy out here in Boston. Yo, when you go to New York, yo, try to give me a Vizu jeans. I'm like, what? Yeah, just to show off, and yeah, I got it on.
$800. Devin says he wish he would. You know, because we could take that money on a down payment for something. We going on a cruise. We're doing something with that. Because how many times you gonna be wearing those jeans? Twice, maybe.
They're gonna fade. They're gonna rip. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna spill on it. Okay.
But I mean, like, really, like with those type of jeans, you probably just gonna wear it for that night. And then they're going to sit up for a while. You wear it one more time because you like, oh, this is played out. I don't want to wear it again. I can't be wearing it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So you got another $800 to go buy another pair of jeans so that you don't look like you don't have. Come on. It's insanity.
Listen, man, like you said, plenty of things I could think about and splurging my money on. Like I said, and I'm the type of person, I want ROI. Return on my investments. That's the type of brain I got. I don't mind like spending something like, oh yeah, Foxy, we going on a trip. Dev, come on.
Yeah.
Girl, Lotus, we all go on a trip.
Let's go on that trip.
Okay. You know what I mean? But I'm talking about where that money returns. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, there's things where people are gonna spend their money on. Whether it's cars where the money doesn't come back. You know what I mean? I get that. But it should always be on it. Like Devin was saying earlier, imagine that we rich. We got $225,000 to blow. You want to go on a submarine down in the depths of the water to go look at a damn wreckage. You know what this dude said? I'll take you to the junkyard. You want to see a large wreckage that's rusted? I take you to the junkyard for free.
Yo.
You can see a wreckage, okay? For real.
I mean, for real. Like, if that's why I'm like, it's deeper than just this, oh, we going down to see this wreckage. This woman was an ancestor to one of the wealthiest people on that ship. You mean to tell me that it's just a fluke? They're just going to take a field trip? No, she probably like, I want to see what really happened with my great grandparents. Like, we want to see some things.
Oh, Balenciaga's they listen. They satanic.
Oh,
these people are wicked. Remember that ad they came out with?
You keep going. I gotta just grab my door real quick.
Okay. Yeah, Balenciaga came out with a crazy ad that they was using kids in the ad. I can't say much on it. I'll just say they was using children on their ad, and it was wicked. For real. Selling it, huh? They selling Balenciaga. That's crazy. Exactly. Paying $250,000 or $225,000. Like that's crazy. Like, listen, man. That's a condo. I mean, that's a house out here. That's a condo you can go buy. That's maybe, I don't know. Listen, man, I ain't going no depths of nobody's water. I don't even know how to swim anyways. So I'm damn sure not getting in no damn submarine like that. And going down to the water. That is crazy. For real. Can't swim, so I definitely wouldn't have passed that way. So I tell people, man, I know my limits, man. I ain't got nothing to prove to nobody. I ain't gotta try to be Mel Gibson bravehearted. Yeah.
Mel Gibson Braveheart.
Yeah, I said I ain't gotta try to be Mel Gibson, bravehearted. Yeah, I said I don't swim, so I would have never got in nobody's submarine. I don't swim.
Yeah.
Just like, no lie. I could have been on multiple cruises, right? Multiple cruises. But because your boy don't know how to swim, I've never gone. For real. I've never gone.
I hear you. So they in their head, they're probably thinking, "Oh, we're Gucci in here." But the thing was real small. Like I don't know, I couldn't fit in there. I'm not claustrophobic like that, but I'm just saying, like it was too tight. You got big brawler dudes in there, like it's
Yo,
not happening.
look at Voodoo. Look what Voodoo's rich for. He said
We'll be sitting there better off going on a Carnival cruise, right?
drinking Bahamas?
Bahama Mama. That's a drink they give you when you go on the cruises.
Yeah.
As soon as you get up onto the deck, they got a waiter right there with the Bahama Mamas for you.
Lotus said that's too much water for me to drink, so I'll pass. Yeah, facts. Listen.
Right.
And that's salt water on top of it too, Lotus.
Yeah.
Salt water, so I'll be gone real quick. Your boy Maybach will be gone real quick. It wouldn't take me much to be gone, for real. That's why I said I ain't going to nobody's damn cruise.
I can swim too, but I'm not going down to that depth.
Yeah. Listen, they said when you in the ocean, it don't matter if y'all think y'all professional swimmers. When the currents are going all different directions, it's a wrap for y'all. So yeah, they said even for y'all that know how to swim, when them currents is going different directions, it's a wrap.
Well, I'm not gonna play those games then.
Because they said even the professional like gold medalist swimmers would have problems out there. So yeah.
Wow.
That's why I said it like that. Yeah.
Voodoo said maxed out on a couple of credit cards, lit on a cruise. Yeah, you know.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Crazy.
Cruises are nice.
The other guy who started out IBM, the real guy who started IBM, I forgot his name. But before he passed away, he built the biggest yacht that you can build. And he was exploring, he was supposed to explore the Antarctic or whatever. Look it up. I think it's Paul Allen or something like that was his name? Whatever the guy's name, because it ain't BG. Okay. BG came later. People think BG's behind IBM. He came later. It's the guy Paul Allen. I think it's Paul Allen. But y'all can look this up. He built a crazy ass yacht. It's the biggest and most expensive yacht in the world. Yeah, before he passed away. And he can have a helicopter.
Yeah, he said Paul Allen.
Yep, Paul Allen. Yep. It's a crazy yacht. You heard what I said? He had National Guards with him. You can land like two helicopters or one helicopter on top of this yacht. Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. Even the government don't even got.
See, now that's how you floss. Not wearing no belt. That's how you floss.
Yo, and he could stay at sea. Like, say, I think the engine had a problem or whatever, he would still be fine. Like, look it up whenever you have 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up.
It's crazy.
That's
what
is
you spend
crazy.
your money on. Yeah, that's what you spend your money on, stuff like that.
Make it make sense for you. Raz Girl says exactly. Shoot.
Yo, you funny. You said not a belt.
Because that's all I'm like, because I see them wearing these belts and like it's a status symbol. And I'm just like, no, get in that yacht. That is what it's, you could front with that.
Yeah. So
but you walking on 125th Street with the belts on like you the hottest thing right now. And it's like, what?
Well, he could be at sea on the yacht. I think for like close to a whole year. For like a whole year, he could be at sea. No problems, no issues. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah.
The mentality. I think Voodoo has said it big. The KKK curriculum has taught us well. Where is that? Because, I mean, really, it's got us so crazy in the head to think that we are, like, that's a come up. The trinkets are come ups, and it's not. It's just a part of it, and it's a small part of it.
Land.
The land is the come up.
Yeah. You know, a subscriber told me this. He said, "Yo, this is with Kwame Brown." He was like, "Yo, early on," he was like, "Early on when I was watching Kwame Brown, he was like, yo, Kwame Brown made me go back to my country and buy land." I was like, "For real?" Yo, this person I'm talking about, like, he ain't even lying. At first, I thought the person might have been lying, but nah, we built up a good rapport. Person showed me the proof. I seen the proof and everything. I was like, wow, that's what's up. But this is what the person was saying, how this person sparked him to go do something. You know, he could have blew that money.
Yeah.
And he said it was only like 10 to 20,000. That's nothing out here. And the good thing about those countries, like Africa, Haiti, whatever, whenever you buy land, you don't have to keep paying taxes on it. So you spend that 20, you can build on it whatever you want. And that's that. You don't got to pay no taxes and mortgage and all this other stuff like we do. Yeah. Once you have your land, you can build on your land, and that's that. The land is yours. You don't got to pay taxes. You don't pay no mortgage on your house. None of that. Yeah. But they want to believe this is where it's at. When they all programming us to be underneath us. I watched a video where it was like they train us for work. They don't make you become better than the person that is you know what I mean, is at that job. Basically, it's just training you to be doing exactly what they want you to do in that same position for years and be a slave. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, there's a big store that was taking life insurance policy on his employees, and the employees didn't even know about it until family members. Yeah, it's a big place. I'll just put it like this to you. You can get whatever you want from this store. You can get groceries, you can buy clothes, you can get toys. Yeah. Oh, and they got some stuff going on too. I don't know if you read any articles about them. Where, oh yeah, children is walking with their parents. Parents is walked off somewhere. Children's left behind. Next thing you know, they can't find little Timmy. Yeah, little Timmy's missing, and they said that's not just. It's been happening at a few.
Yeah, it's on design.
Yeah, they said they got an invisible wall or whatever. I'm hearing. That's how they get you, and they auction you off. And one of the stories that I heard sounds like a movie, because they always put stuff in the movie anyways.
Exactly.
I forgot the name of the movie where they would take these young women. Oh, Taken. That's what the movie was. When they took homie's daughter and they brought her to that place, and it was a whole bunch of young women, and they was auctioning them off to different groups of people, and they was taking them back with them and all this other stuff, exchange for cash, you know, this and that, all this other stuff. Yeah.
Their rabbit hole just like is real deep.
Yeah, there you go.
It's real deep. I can't remember if it was Dr. Phil Valentine or if it was when I was watching with Emmerich and with Amina of Earth, that the Bitcoin is attached to that type of stuff.
Oh yeah, correct. What is it? How you say it?
Wayfair.
Wayfair is another one. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Oh yeah, BG got the fake fruits too and all of that. If you buying fruits, you know the company's called Appeal, APEEL. Yeah, that's when he bought up too. Yeah, they said the potatoes,
make it appeal like it looks good, but it's really fake.
Correct.
You know, I'm just like, you know what? Just nefarious people. Another one of my premonition dreams I had. Remember when the ships were docked? I think it was in 2021. A lot of premonitions happened a lot for me during that time frame, like 2021, 2019, because I had a dream about the pandemic. Everything from the George Floyd, because that all happened in that same year, and I had this dream was exactly what it was, except that it wasn't George Floyd. It was a cop that got shot, and he was an undercover cop doing a drug bust. And it escalated from that into going into the kids being sick and being quarantined in the hospital. And I'm like, what? They just have a common cold. Why do they need to be quarantined?
Correct.
No, they have to stay here. It's too many of them. I mean, the whole children's ward was filled with kids, and my daughter was sick. So I'm saying to this doctor that I knew in my dream, and I know him in waking life. I said, Dr. Jenden, can you talk to these guys? Why do they need to do an MRI on my child if she's just got a fever and a cold? I'm not doing that. I refuse. So they let me not take the tests for her, not do the MRI. And then they saw that she wasn't with fever anymore, and then I could let her go. And my dream turned into something else again with this violence. And I woke up just crying and sobbing. Months later, the pandemic hit and we were quarantined. So I also had a dream where these ships were laying in the East River and in the Hudson River. And they were getting young boys, males, men, like teenage, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, to steal cars for them. They had a whole big ring going on to steal cars, bring it into this pier area, and they would then put the cars onto these ships. On the ships were children that were servants to these high society people. And I'm talking about, they were a lot of Saudi Arabian people. The men had their turbans, they had the whole garb on, and I was like, oh my God. And some of the kids were like trying to hide. And one little girl came up to me and she's like, please help me get out. Please help me. She was like, it's not safe here. It's not safe here. And I tried to get her out a couple of times. And then I told her where she can go, and just like, there was like little ways that she can run out through the cracks and she can get out. And she did. And she went to the police, and my dream ended. So these ships that they have out here, it's not all what we think it is. They're really doing a lot of nefarious stuff in the guise of shipments and all kinds of things. Because what they were doing were auctioning furniture, which I didn't know about Wayfair, but they were auctioning furniture off, and with the furniture came a little child to give to these people, these old people, not old people, but these nasty people.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
And
that's crazy.
They saw that I was there, and they had put me into like this containment unit. And I don't know how I was able to break out, but they kept me in there because they knew that I saw them, and I would like whistle blow. But this little girl, she was able to escape. We both were able to escape out of there. And we ran down Harlem because, like I said, it was docked at East River in Harlem, and the other part was on Hudson River. There were two big ships that were just docked, landlocked in there. And it played out. Slowly but surely, it played out. That's when the Wayfair thing blew up. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
So it's really mind-blowing, the things that they do, they say, and they hide it all behind extravagant entertainers and entertaining things. And that's why I'm like, I'm not even beat for all this watching rappers and watching anything new now, because I feel like they're all tied, they're all in bed with each other.
Facts. Everything, and plus to me, it's like you can't even watch anything because it's so blatant like who they paying, who they, you know, their god is, who they paying homage to. You see what I'm saying? I mean, the Brazil Carnival, they
Yeah.
showed it. I live in Boston. They had a black mass out here. They got, listen, it's I mean, we in the end of time, because
Yeah, basically.
I've never seen a time period besides this time where they, you know, yeah, in the 80s, yeah, a little bit of rock and roll, heavy metal, yeah, devil, worship
Yeah.
the devil, you know, you got that. That
Right.
was it. But now it's in hip hop, and it's like hip hop's the number one genre that's leading the way with it. I mean,
All over the world.
facts. It's all over the world. The world is doing it. Like, you know, listen, they breaking down statues, they tearing down statues. Churches are being burnt. I'm talking about like maliciously, not like, oh, it was, you know, some two wires crossed, and nah, they intentionally setting fires in churches. Like, I've never seen stuff like that. Like I said, growing up in my years,
Right.
like, for real, I'm looking at Madonna. She's like on some
Yes.
crazy, wicked, you know, Salem, Mass witchcraft free thing. I'm like, what? Yeah, like I never thought, like, listen, that's what I'm saying. When
We never saw that
correct.
coming. Now check this out. I have the 50th a book of some magazine for hip hop, right? Now I'm gonna show you, just case in point of what me and Voodoo are talking about. Here is Flavor Flav, but look at his hand gesture. We never thought anything of it, because we always saw the rock and roll guys doing that, and we thought that meant like cool, or we saw the rest of the guys doing that and we thought that was cool. But that hand gesture goes back since the early 1920s, since all of television broadcasting been on. That's their, we talk to each other through the signs and symbols. So it's no coincidence if you see a magazine and most of them are going like that. Everybody's person, or when they do this, that's not talking about no pyramid, diamonds, or any of that stuff. That's the whole all CNI. When your favorite rapper did like this and covered half of his face, he's letting you know I'm in allegiance with. Madonna's just pure straight out witchery. She just showed you who she was. I mean, even her face has changed to the point where you can't even recognize that is her.
They all involved.
Last year, I was watching these two brothers, and I think they are Christian, but they were talking about with Denzel Washington. And I really like me some Denzel Washington. I think he's a phenomenal actor. He was doing all this, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, he did it with Jay-Z on.
With Jay-Z, right? And so we're thinking that that's a cool thing. And with, you know, the kids are, you know, they're showing the mass public that, you know, doing those little stuff, that's cute. It's not. It's their satanic communication with one another. And all we're doing is, well, some of us rather, are imitating that type of behavior, and you don't understand you're invoking this type of energy that shouldn't be here. And so now you have it at all-time high, where you got all these kids that don't know what that is, and they're doing that.
Right.
And not knowing that you're pledging an allegiance when you do all that stuff. And so, yeah, I got this magazine because of history and stuff like that, just for hip hop, you know, and back in the days, you know, coming out of the home of hip hop, the birth of, you know, rap and things of that nature. I'm supporting it in that respect. But, you know, hip hop definitely took a turn from being where there was a point in the rap music where it was a conscious era where we had, you know, what are the kids? Tribe Called Quest and Leaders of the New School and Jungle Brothers and stuff like that. Queen Latifah,
Poor righteous teachers.
Poor Righteous Teachers, right? Where they were giving us, even Public Enemy, giving us this food for thought. KRS-One, giving us this knowledge of.
At least there was a balance. There was
Right.
a gangster rap or the rap
Right.
where they talk about shoot or sell drugs or whatever, but there was at
Right.
least a form of balance. And even if you didn't want to hear that, you had the conscious rap or the good rap, whatever you want to call it, to where you could just listen to that. Common Sense, whatever, whoever. There is none of that now. Everyone is doing the same, saying the same thing. Females, like back then, the females wasn't so explicit or, X-rated like they are now. Like I never saw MC Light's ass or titties. I didn't see Queen Latifah's, body or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Exactly. But now you got this talking about WAP and WAP, or whatever the case may be. Here's what our founding mothers look like, salt and pepper. And here's what the new founding mothers look like.
Correct. Drastic change.
All within 50 years.
Yeah, and it wasn't for the better. It's all to keep us down and suppress.
Got the Jezebels out here now. And don't get us wrong, we like to do our little dancing and stuff and all that respect. But every female I see now on social media has to gyrate her behind and have it facing the camera. What? Where's your man at? Where's your husband? Why are you shaking your behind around on camera? For who? I was looking at this one young lady, and she's got her baby in the camera in the shot with her as she's shaking her behind, and jiving all the way down and shaking and then coming back up. What is going on here? Where's the modesty in there? Here I am. I was a teenage mother who was like, listen, I can't be really in the streets no more. I really gotta lock something down. Because the sperm donor didn't want to do that with me. But I wasn't gonna be just locking any old thing down either. Because I want to make sure that this person I'm gonna be with is not gonna be doing no funny business to my daughter. Because I will be going to jail for that. And lo and behold, good Lord sent somebody my way, and we've been all right. And so I knew I couldn't be running around in the streets. I got a little girl. Eventually, she's going to be looking up to me like, Mom, who's this guy? What's going on here? I made the executive decision by like 18, once I got locked in with somebody and started to date, that this is going to be the guy. And that was it. But we got young ladies out here showing off their whole body parts with the kid in the picture. Talking about, I'm living my best life. You just jealous. Jealous of what?
Yeah. Or a dirty room. They taking a picture in a dirty room, or every other picture, you see the back of them, like you said. It's like, yo, can I see the front? Like, all you doing is showing your ass. That's all you got. That's your attribute. That's the only thing that you got going for yourself, is showing your ass. Wow. And
and it looks nice. It's nice and plump and everything. But come on, girl.
Yo, I just find it crazy because how would a female take a picture and think the dude is gonna see that and say, yeah, that's my future wife right there. No, I'm looking at that and might be thinking, I wouldn't mind smashing that. Let me get in.
That's about it.
Quick. That's about it. Exactly. Right.
And then she's worried. Then she's wondering, Negroes ain't shit. What? Because you showing yourself off. Like, how are you going to get mad at him for that?
Exactly. How you expect me to
you're thirst trapping him And then you're mad, and then you're saying, "Oh, dudes ain't nothing."
Facts. But she's not wrong though. It's all me. Yeah. They don't never blame themselves.
You would hold the accountability here. You know what you're doing. I'm not saying, listen, you don't have to go outside dressed sluttish, hoish. And yeah, some women can't help the voluptuousness of their body. Doesn't matter what they wear. If they got a nice body, it's going to show, right?
Yeah.
But there's a time and a place for some things, and walking outside and just showing it all off, it's going to invite the wrong type of attention. And then you'll hear, but I can wear what I want to wear. I'm entitled to do that. Yes. But just understand that not all attention is good attention. And you're going to get somebody who's going to be really nasty about it.
All right.
No, you don't got to walk around with a turtleneck up to your head and the dress down to your ankles. I'm just saying, like, have some type of respect and rapport for yourself. Unless you really out here selling your body like that, then if that's your business, okay. If you out here just, I'm having a good time and I'm out here with my girlfriends. Listen, I used to do that too, but I still had on something that was, if it was a top that was risque, like my body, like my pants, I would have on, pants, jeans, right? And if my jeans were a little risque, my top was a little conservative. Like I knew how to, flip it so that it's not too overt, because I know that it's going to bring attention. And I don't have a voluptuous body at all. But as long as you got boobs and a little butt, men are going to look, period. That's the nature of the beast. So you got to have some responsibility. Like, look, let me, I know I'm going to be walking around in a certain type of environment. I don't want to attract that type of attention. Let me be conservative. Now, if you are wanting that type of attention, then go ahead. But when something happens,
I love mental stimulation anyways, man. That physical stuff, it looks good. But the person could be warming mentally, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
I prefer that, because the mental stimulation, that's going to last long. I mean, there's other things as well too that comes with it. Somebody that's respectful and loyal, all that. If you don't, but I'm just saying, like,
right.
The mental, keep me on my toes, like having these type of conversations doesn't get boring, doesn't get tired. I don't have to force. So, how was your day?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Train us to be extravagant victims. That's right. And speaking of victims, so your man Russell Simmons, right, who admittedly said he was a cokehead, he's a college dropout, running around with this dude. Now, his ex-wife, who he scooped up when she was 16, coming out of her mouth, she's trying to air out some laundry here regarding Russell Simmons. And that, the only reason why he's pretty much held afloat is because of her and her business and with the baby fat and doing the modeling and stuff like that. That's what kept things going afloat, because your man's got a little, snowflake issue. So, it's just like hide your kids, because you got these grown men that is like, and she just wanted to be a little model, and but there's a price to being in that industry. There's wolves in there. But now she's going for the gusto, like, listen, we tired of you. That's why he's running out in Bali, doing yogas all crazy. A reverse yoga.
I seen a video that said Well, I saw the title. I didn't watch the video. It said, did Russ sacrifice one of his daughters to yoga to become the yoga master? And they showed him in a
Girl
weird
master.
pose. Yeah, they showed him in a weird stretch pose. I was like, yo, these dudes on YouTube was funny as hell, dog.
Like, and all he's doing is watching these Europeans making moves and whatnot. And then guess what? Your favorite rapper is looking at him and emulating him.
Yeah. Yo, the minute his name came up in anything, the dude got on the next flight smoking.
Quick.
And he said, I'm out of here.
He was like, I'm out. Now he came back for the graduation, and this was Father's Day. He got just dragged on social media by the daughter. I'm like, the chickens are coming home to roost.
Didn't his ex-wife put him on blast too?
Yeah, and she did too. I think the same day. So he out there running around and stuff, and I'm like, we had look at this. This is the future of hip hop for the ladies. Look at that. Coming from this. But you know who started that? And you know, it's Little Kim, because they came out with that whole you know, Big Mama and all that stuff, and that's where it came from. That's where it started off. Because here's the real MCs. Here's the real pioneers. Look at how these women were dressed compared to now, where they're wearing leotards.
You gotta basically wear nothing.
Yeah, and you got the little orphan Annie gyrating on the floor talking about you a munch.
He said orphan Annie. They got Annie rapping.
And she made gold, I think, listening to who was it I was watching yesterday? Urban X. She made on her streaming, I think it's gold she hit or platinum, one of the two. Off of what is she saying?
I don't know. I don't listen to her, man.
Me neither.
I don't listen to drill. I can't listen to drill. Listen, I told you my frequency is old school. I'm talking about Marvin, Teddy Pendergrass.
Right.
You know, that's the frequency I'm on. If I do get outside of that, I'm into the 90s rap and the furthest, but I'll say up to like early 2000s. That's where I stop at when it comes to all this old stuff. I'll listen to it at least one time so I know who. Oh, that's
exactly.
Yeah,
like I'm not no Mother Teresa. Well, I won't even say Mother Teresa because she's part of that whole you know what too. That's another story. Lotus says we started at if we wanted to take a guy home with me tonight. It's none of your business to WAP. Exactly. Being modest and keeping our stuff discreet, but still being a freak. Dina Howard was doing that. She showed you too. I could be a freak, and she's gyrating. So that all started late in 90s, going into the 2000s, and it was a wrap, as they say. So that even Queen Latifah now started dressing. Poor MC Light went and got facial stuff done. Her nose, she blossomed out from wearing, men's clothes to women's clothes. Nothing wrong with that. I had to evolve, but it almost was like I gotta be sexier. Look what happened to Escape. Those little girls were, we in that era we all wore like guys' clothing, big baggy clothes and stuff like that, because a lot of us didn't like the attention. First of all, our parents wouldn't let us wear any tight clothes outside.
Correct.
So we would wear, the next best thing is wearing like guys' clothes and it just be fitted, whatever.
That's
So
still
escape,
sexy, though. That still
huh?
is appealing.
Yeah,
That's still
yeah,
like TLC, the way TLC,
right.
like T-bars, Left Eye, Chili, they all looked as sexy to me, even though they wore the baggy. So you know what I mean? Because they would have like just the sports bra on, or whatever. It still
Exactly.
looked right. Like you said, you could still wear baggy sweats or whatever, or
Right.
and
And make it,
sweat.
you still have a cute, you like, so, now they are wearing these half, almost naked outfits just to keep going with the okie doke. And it's like,
Correct.
no. Yes, sex sells, of course, in that industry.
Correct.
But I
I
mean,
mean, yeah.
you really walking around here with leotards on. Who was it that I saw? She literally just went outside in leotards, like to was it the BET Awards, with a jacket and fringes? Like she had just a leotard. What's her name? Shannon Sullivan or something like that. She's an R&B singer.
Oh yeah, I know.
Just wearing leotards with tights. Like, that's what we doing?
What about Lizzo? Lizzo dressed the way she dressed, and then doesn't like when people
The backlash.
It's like, yo, dude, you know you don't wear that and dress like that in real life. Why you doing it on a stage? And then you don't like what you know being told. Like you don't like. No, it's like
Jasmine Sullivan. Right, and and it's like, okay, you want to embrace the big girl look, and you want to let other women who are of that voluptuousness, that it's okay, you can wear whatever. But no, it's tasteless, it's tacky, it's not. These women are not going to be wearing those type of outfits outside. So what are you showing them? You doing that again for the sex sells type thing, and so that you can fit in, but it's not looking good on you. Sorry. You're gonna have to revamp that. Look, everybody stayed a rapper. This is what he's putting up, and we're thinking, oh, it's because he's down with the nation. But no, he's letting you know, I signed on to that other nation. All in our eyes, and we didn't even really we weren't pulling it together. Why? Because they were giving us party and bullshit, Ciroc, smoking the good gas, having a good old time, dumbing us down. But some of us was really seeing through some of that shit, and we were like, nah. Yeah, Sierra would wear her little baggy clothes. Now she was gyrating in a leotard in a video when she was with Future. She stayed shaking her behind in front of social media with her kids and Russell Wilson. Like, you got a whole husband and children. Ma'am, why are you shaking yourself around like that? And he's just sitting there. And then she's like, oh, I prayed for this. And, I got God. We got God in our life. I had to stop following her. I've really, these past couple of days, weeks, I've really started unfollowing a lot of these entertainers that I thought were cool once upon a time. And now I'm just seeing that this is your allegiance. That's all y'all do. Y'all all in that same circle. And I can't, my soul won't let. Why? Because you are on a flight pad list. With all the rest of them. And if you're not, you're still hanging out with those people that were.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, when you get locked up and you with your homeboys, don't they tell you guilt by association? They rounding all of you up, whether you did it or not.
Correct.
So if you're hanging out with said Peterbilts, Peter Pans, and you hanging out with them, but you didn't do any of that stuff. I'm questioning you because I don't know. You might have seen some stuff, or you might be involved. So I had to start unfollowing a lot of these celebrities that from old school, from back in us listening to rap, because they are showing me signs that they are in alliance with the satanic BS, and I'm not for all that. I'm sorry. As much as I love, I love the music, but they've taken it to another place that, and maybe it was always there and we just didn't see it. But it's getting really darker now. What was it? Juice WRLD had that at his concert. He had like some kind of demonic faith.
You talking about the dude?
Was it Juice WRLD?
No, it was what's his name? Travis Scott.
Okay.
Travis Scott, where the people passed away, the way they deleted. Yeah, excuse me, deleted.
Right.
But yeah, that was crazy. And listen, you ain't heard nothing from him ever since.
Nope.
But
and they showed you right there that it had a demonic demon type face, and in the back was looking like it's like souls and what. Listen, man.
Oh, they show you what it's supposed to what like the real true symbolism mean, like what the real, you know what I mean? They just did it with his face, but it really it came from. You remember, everything is nothing new is under the sun.
Right. Right. What Voodoo says, still making emotional power being in a train. That's crazy. It's crazy. And then the Little Mermaid, everybody's getting all excited. Oh yeah, it's the little black mermaid. Some people are excited. The other people are like, why do we need to have a black mermaid? But she's still got a white father.
Listen, man, to me, that's what I'm saying. They put these things and people want to debate and argue about petty stuff that have no meaning to it,
right. Like it's just appeasing people, but it's like she's still in the whole white scene thing. Like it's not like it was Princess and the Frog where it was basically melanated people and like the supporting actress was a little white girl. The Princess of the Frog was all melanated. So we get excited and we get happy because they threw us this little trinket, this little bones and biscuits of a mermaid that's melanated, but her parents are still like the whole scene is still. Stop it.
That's just like I forgot what city. It was a city that was approved for reparations, and I'm like, man, listen,
was it California?
It was one of these states. It was approved, and when I heard the money, I was like, the money is not like, what is that? That's not even gonna do anything. That's not even gonna make a little dent for anybody. Like, what? Yeah, like just like I said, man, they're just dumbing people down every which way they can with the television,
right?
With the music frequency, you know what I'm saying? To be on some like, demonic energy type out there. It's just, that's why I said, man, people. I don't live a perfect life. I know that. I damn sure ain't listening to the music the way I used to. I don't watch a lot of these things. You know what I mean? Especially with my kids. Anything they watch, and I gotta pre-screen it before, because even the cartoons, you think that like, yeah,
that's a tough one because you really got to sit there and discern if they're something funny business going on, or if this is really like a true kids cartoon. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Now I'm looking back in this magazine as well as we're talking. Look at your boy What's his name? What's his name?
Who's that? Who's Mobb Deep?
No, Chuck D. Chuck D. And Flavor Flav with Parliament. Clinton. Yeah. Now look at his hand gesture. I stopped following him too after a while because he wasn't talking what I grew up and him talking about. You dabbling on the side of what? You just told us F the police. You talking about 911 is a joke. And then you sitting over here playing footsies with other people. And then see, he's throwing up that sign. They thinking that it's rock and roll, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. They all do. Yeah,
that's the Baphomet.
I see people throwing it up, and it's like, yo, you know, once you know what it is, it don't mean I love you. It's the Baphomet. It's the devil's horns. It ain't nothing like, oh, it means rock and roll. No, it doesn't.
No, we thought it did because the white boys made it look like that.
Correct. That's not what it is. I see mad like older black people, men and women taking pictures and they throwing the horns up, and I'm like, do you know what you're doing, or do you just like, you know what I mean? Like you're just a sheep out here. You don't know what it is. Oh yeah, that's what they doing when they take a picture. So I'm doing it too. No.
Right.
I seen a video that said every trend that comes out on TikTok or all these social medias, all of the trends is conducted by the government and the CIA. Every trend. Yeah, to see how dumb.
See which works.
Oh, what about the milk cart one? When people was getting on the milk carts and it was
yes.
I
heard about that. I was like, wow.
That was one of the main ones. Yeah, one of the main ones.
Now peep this, y'all. This is the Beatles. So they're 1960s, right? Look at the hand gestures.
Mm-hmm. They're throwing it up too. Yeah.
Been doing it. All in our face, and we're thinking this is Hollywood. Your man says, look, they're doing it again. Look at the okay. They're doing it right in our face. Who else? That's why I'm like, once you see it, it's like, damn, I don't want to see that. And
or they do the eye, or they do the third eye too.
Yeah.
Like, how can every artist go to a magazine shoot,
right, and do the same? No,
do the same thing. And this is not just artists. This is actors. This is actresses. This is, you know what I mean? Like, come on.
Right.
Come on now. Oh yeah, I'm the photographer. Yeah, so Foxy.
Yes, I'm gonna just have you just put your hand over your face like that again.
I'm just gonna have you take your hand and you're gonna cover your left eye, and we're gonna go with that as the magazine cover.
Right.
Ain't thinking, yeah. 2 Chainz tried to say something like that. 2 Chainz was like, yo, when you at these video shoot, you could just shoot the video fine, but then when the shit gets edited and stuff like that, and then the masses get to see it, that's when they add all this stuff to it. You can't control everything. And I'm like, bro, I get it. But if I see you in a photo shoot, or I know that you're next to this guy, who's an infamous guy, who's known for, you know what I mean, throwing up these symbolisms, and he paid homage and he did this and got rid of his mama. You're standing next to him. I gotta believe that you're part of it and you know what's
right.
going on. You know what I mean?
You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, and when they put their hand here, that's not saying, oh, I'm touched. I'm deeply touched by, you know, what you're saying. No. Mm-hmm. Go look up the Freemasonic hands.
The white kid that that shot the people out there in the riot or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That was the number one thing that I saw that kid do in that trial. And when I seen he did that symbolism where his hands like halfway in his suit jacket, I said, yeah, he's showing the judge what his
allegiances, yeah.
Yeah, and I already knew he was gonna beat that case. You know what I'm talking about? The young kid that was crying and they made memes out of his face. Remember when
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he was from like Oklahoma, or he was from Chicago, and he went to a state down south that was having a protest going on because of the like police brutality thing, whatever. And he shot like a couple of people, and they put him on trial, and he ended up beating the whole case. Come on, your moms bring you guns through state lines, and you don't do no jail time.
Dylan something.
Yeah, and you took out 2 people, and you don't do. Yeah, come on. Like I said, man. That's crazy. I forgot the kid's name, man.
I think no, that not Dylan. Dylan was the other one. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it was. You might be right. I don't know if it's Dylan. Yeah, it might be. I don't remember, but yeah, it was close to that though. That kid.
Let's see something else here. Hold on, because it's out of control. And
listen, they were supposed to use
our cute little Idris Elba, who I think is the hottest thing as well. Look at what he's doing, and he's got his eyes shut.
Right.
Double allegiance. Right. Let's get with the hand. Let me see where his Here's a perfect example of you have your hand in that. It's not that it's not that that's a cute pose. It's not that that's endearing. That's letting you, that is a Masonic hand. And I'm going to show you the Masonic. They did that with George Floyd, and what tipped me was the guy had his hand in his pocket, and I'm like, I know that sign. Sure enough, when I looked it up, that's exactly what it was. So he was sending a message that he did his part.
Yeah, the cop with his hand in his pocket. With his, yeah, the knee on the neck or whatever. Yeah.
The whole he stayed right there and just had his hand in his pocket, and I was like,
Yeah.
Okay.
I know what picture you're talking about.
So here's another one. Prince Philip. I mean Harry. There's that's not the my heart is hurting, or oh my goodness, I really love this person. That's not it. That's what they do.
I mean, once you know, when you see it, you know what it is.
Yeah, they all do it. But I wanted to get where does it come from, so you can see where does that stem. I don't know if that's a good picture or not. You guys can go online and see it too, how they handshakes and stuff like that, and it's like, and they've been doing that the whole damn time. Okay.
Raz girl said, no, not Idris. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen.
See here, it's not a great picture, but here's where I was talking about the hand in the coat.
Yeah. They all I know the white dude that I was talking about. That's what the picture they showed. They showed that because he emulated that when he was in court, when he had to stand in front of the judge. And I was like, wow. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm learning all of that, man. Once I get the gematria down, I got everything down.
Which are actually what they call mudra signs. They're mudra, which is ancient in India. hands, even with like gang members, like they'll throw up different signs. But there was actually mudras that can it harnesses energy as well. So to me, I don't find none of what they do spooky and scary, but I do know that they're working and operating in a darker, nefarious light. So they're using it to work against the goodness of the mudras. But
That's what I always tell people. It's the same thing with voodoo. Voodoo was never looked upon as a wicked or evil thing. It was used to
there
be
you go.
human, but of course, there's people that will take it and flip it. It's just like Freemason. Freemason, when it first started off, it was never looked upon as anything evil or negative. But of
Right.
course, people that are wicked infiltrated it or got the knowledge and used the knowledge for that. You know what I mean? And for their own gain.
Right.
That's just like how you said, they take the sign, just like the third eye, the pineal gland, right? That's supposed to be something positive, meaning
Right.
conscious mind and all of that. But of course, they dibble and dabble with it, and then it becomes, oh yeah, now it's looked at something negative. You know, I don't know. Wicked people,
Yeah.
man, the world, man. These people are very, like I said, they anti-Christ, man. So,
Right.
So
And then they'll have us thinking that we're the ones that are wrong, but it's these people that are nefarious doing that.
mhm.
And here's everybody's favorite president, Barry.
Mr. Soto.
Mr. Who?
Soto. I think that's his last name. So the name.
Oh, Barry. Soros.
Soto. Soros. No, Soto.
Here he goes again.
SOTO. I think it was.
Now he's not a rock and roll guy. He's not a musician. Why is he doing that?
Correct.
Why is he doing that hand sign?
Oh, what about this one? Why would he call his wife Michelle Michael 3 times? Yeah.
I've been hearing that lately, and I'm like, what?
Nah, that's factual. 3 times, not 1 time.
And then somebody, I think it was Earth, Mina, that she
Yeah.
was showing pictures of Michael and showing pictures of the kids as biological parents, and I'm like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's it's funny because the same week I got that information, I was learning about it through someone else. She talked about it. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. See, the funny thing is when he was president, they was doing facial recognition with his face and Michael's face, and it with the kids, and it did not match up.
wow.
And when they took that his best friend and the wife,
She looks like,
yeah,
yeah, she does. Especially the little girl, the youngest daughter.
correct.
So I'm just showing some more,
Yeah.
hands. That's whenever you see them put their hand in their coat like that, that's giving a signal to the other person, the message of what they're telling to the other people.
Talk to each other that way.
Or when you see somebody standing like this and doing that. That again is a mudra. That is to incorporate all the because you have this energy that goes through your fingers, and if you want to like stabilize yourself or get your brain function, there's all different types of mudras. So I don't want us to get spooky and scared about the symbols, but know that when you see these type of people doing stuff like that, that just means that they're doing something else, and it's not about music, none of that stuff. Look, we got Usain Bolt, part of that. Now he's throwing up a lot of symbols right here. He's got the eye. He's got it covered again. Oh, and don't forget, if you see them doing that with the finger as well, that's part of their thing too. That shush.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be secrets, and he's letting them know, I'm not telling any secrets because you're taking an oath.
Yeah. I swear.
Why would you do that? Like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to question these particular poses because it's like, why is he standing there doing this? You know what? When I started noticing that my quarterback that I liked for the Steelers was part of it because he did that a couple of times and he did like this, pointing up to the sky, and I was like, oh my goodness, he's in on it too, and my heart was broken. And I gave up doing the Steelers. That's what I'm saying. Like, my body is purging all these things that I see that I can't unsee now because now I know that they're really, out here on some nefarious stuff. Unbelievable. But yeah, man. The Pope. Why would the Pope be doing that? He's not a rock and roll guy. He's not a rapper. And he's not even putting up the peace sign. Like, at least you would think he would be like, oh, peace. No. Your man's got up the horns. Why is he doing that? And he's not a magician. Why are they both doing it together? A cardinal and the Pope. It's just not making sense. And she's doing it. So whenever they blink and they close their eye, they do the wink and the this and all that stuff. That's them with their little tactics of letting you know their allegiance. So that's it. I digress on that. Just trying to keep us aware. That's all. Because they're going to try to round people up and do all this BS with us. And now you're all around the TV. Oh my gosh, these people went into a submarine and oh my gosh, this happened. Rituals right in front of your eyes. They want to get your energy by having you fearful or crying or upset or sad. But they didn't talk about the people that were in Greece. I didn't even know about it to this day. And 30 children are still missing from last month from Ohio.
Yeah. Yes.
They're talking about the founders of trying to duke it out with each other and get a wrestling match going, but there's children missing still.
I don't care about that.
So what? Who was the rapper that just got 35 years?
Oh no, he wasn't no rapper. He started podcasting.
Oh, he's a podcaster?
Yep, Taxstone. He started podcasting. He was the first one with it.
Yo, he's not a rapper?
No, ma'am.
Wow, that sounds like a rap name though.
That's his name, Taxstone. But no, he wasn't no rapper.
So he's got 35 years for what? Fraud? Tax evasion?
No. They was the shooting at the something plaza.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, somebody was telling me that. That happened like a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
35 years, that's tough.
Bro, he was talking shit to a rapper. He said, when you see me, it's on. So it was Troy Ave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he shot Troy Ave's man. That was with Troy Ave. Troy Ave was shooting.
That happened here, right? In New York?
Yeah. Urban Plaza.
Urban Plaza. Yeah, I think that's a party, like a club. And I understand that he's an older guy. Like, he's not a young spring chicken.
I'm not.
So that's even more like, shame on you, because you should know better.
Correct. That's the whole thing.
But it seems like this type of energy's got a lot of older people wanting to regress and live like they're in their 20s again. It's like, no, if you're 50, it's not saying you got to pack it up and, get on the wheelchair, but at your age, because you got a lot of young people out here that are really lost and they could really use some guidance, even if they don't want it. But set an example. You out here dressing like you're 25.
Listen, man, it's that ego and pride, man. And then thinking you have to prove yourself to people. For me, once you grew up mentally, you don't worry about stuff like that. Like we was talking about with the clothes and stuff like that. I'm still cool. I'm still cool. I'm still gonna be made that with wearing the no brand shit. It don't make me no better. It don't make me, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's not gonna change me. Well, at least me. I don't change. But
and again, there's nothing wrong with being stylish and maybe keeping up with the times of style. But I mean, seriously, to be having your pants dragging, you're 50 years old. You're 45. You're 35. You shouldn't even be doing all that. Leave that for the little teenage boys, the 21-year-olds. Let that be with them. But you really trying to fit into, like, what, I guess, let them know that you're cool. It's not the way to do it. And I think that's where some of this disconnect has happened, because you got parents that want to be cool with their children and be friends and throw out the discipline. And when you go, and when you then do discipline them, you going all ham on the kids. Like, you whipping them like they really done stole something. You're yelling at these babies. They're 2 years old. And you're talking about, I told you, get the F up off the floor. What? You're 2, 3. I mean, it's just a lost cause. It's a lost society. And, our grandparents, they didn't act like that. They were grandparents and they took care of us and raised us. But they weren't out there, when they had friends around, the children were not around for that. Or if they were having a family function, the kids are around us. But there's a time and a place for everything. But the parents of new want to merge their children and just divulge everything, that there's no boundary. So when the child is showing no respect for somebody else who has a boundary, then it's, well, my child, like, we don't do that. Like, you're getting confrontational. It's like, you have no home training. You can't be best friends with your child. You have to establish being an authoritative person first and foremost, and then the friendship will come along. This thing about going to clubs with your daughter, that's not cute. It's not cute. Because you're not, the boundaries are being blurred. So it's like, when you really need to have that discipline there, they're looking at you like, well, you're not doing it because you want to hang out with me. Listen, I'm of age where I can hang out with my children at a club, but I have no desire to. It's not my thing. I'm a mother first and foremost, and I can be friendly with my children. But you gotta put the foot down at some point. And some of these parents are not, and this is why these kids are running around here being disrespectful to their elders, to adults. Not listening to anybody because they're not listening to their mother or their father. Well, I guess we could wind it down.
Wind it down, yeah. Close to 5. You're like, oh, she came back.
Came back with the gusto. But that's good. I'm glad you were able to be up here with me as well. Winging it.
You already know.
Voodoo came through in the clutch. Haven't seen Voodoo in a minute. My beauty queen, thank you for your beautiful inspirational words, as well as my Lotus. I appreciate you all. Big Cat, thank you for gracing us with your appearance there and your baby. I love it. You guys came through. I got to see Beauty Girl's baby girl too. Oh, I'm so happy to see you guys. And Dog was in here giving us some jewels. Man, I appreciate it. Devin was in here hard and strong to pause, but
Devin,
yeah.
Salute to everybody, man.
Salute to everybody, yes. We had Lady Fresh come through real quick. Larry Beach came through real quick. Appreciate that. Yeah. So what are you up to with your channel and stuff?
I'm growing, man. I'm growing the channels. I've mainly been going hard on my sports channel because
Okay.
Yeah, my Celtics lost, so I'm just building that channel, man. That's up because I don't know if you know, but I think we all did the old rule, but now to be monetized, you only need 500 subscribers.
Wow.
Jewel posted that, and that's how I found out. Jewel posted that.
Nice. I sent her a message to come through today, but
yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, she posted that, and I overlooked it. I didn't really pay attention to it. I was like, "What is she talking about? 500 to be mine?" And then the very next day, I looked at it. I went and checked I think I got an email or something like that. I'm not too sure, but anyways, I looked into it, read about it, and I was like, "Wow!" And I wonder how does that work if we. So I think anybody that comes on and makes a YouTube account or whatever right now, they only need 500 to be monetized.
Nice.
Everybody else is, I think, under the old rule.
Yeah. Because that's I'm like, I'm still under that old rule. But that's encouraging because it is, it's rough, to get up to that. Because they were making it like you needed to have so many views, you needed to have 1,000 people to be monetized. I'm like, get the hell out of here. They made it too ridiculous. So that's good if they've changed the criteria.
I'm just upset that I didn't promote my channel 3 years ago, real hard, because I would have been well over 1,000 by now. Yeah, I don't know where I would have been, but I know I would have been. I just felt cheap. Every time come to my channel, man, subscribe. I just felt weird. But now that I've been onto it, it feels normal to me. It feels like saying hi or good morning to somebody.
Right.
So, subscribe to my channel, please. It's free. It's free.
And where can they find that? Where do they look? I mean,
for the
how do they get to you?
It's easy. It's Maybach Sports.
Okay.
Maybach Sports is the content. There'll be football on there, basketball, baseball, hockey, and all that good stuff. Yeah, like I said, I got mad videos up. I already got mad videos up. Posts. I got a bunch of posts on there. Because everything brings your channel up. And I went live real quick a couple of times on it as well too. So yeah. That's the one that you came on, and you were talking about Maybach.
Because you was going off on somebody in the chat, and I'm like, who is he going in on? I was like, what did I stumble into?
What I have to what I learned is that you don't take what somebody puts in the chat, like serious, like they might make a comment, but it was like the comment that he made, and I was like already talking about something going on, and then that just made me.
And it wasn't directed towards you per se.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I just was like, no, ignore it. And then someone else in the chat got mad and took it personal, and it was like, yo, bro, that's just towards anybody. If the shoe fit, you know what I mean? If it don't fit, then quit. You know what I mean? But,
right. So this is where they can find you, Maybach Sports.
Oh yeah, Maybach Sports. Yeah.
There we go. Got it up on there.
Hold on, let me see. Do I got this pinned? I don't even think I got my channel pinned. And like what you call it, so I can put it in.
And my Lotus, have you been posting up on your channel? Put your information in the chat as well. Everybody who has a channel, put your stuff in the chat. Go ahead.
Lotus gonna be posting.
We posting. We're posting.
Yeah, like you see how Big Cat got on you earlier for the shorts. I've been telling you, shorts. Hit him with the shorts, man. Hit him with the shorts.
No, because he likes the shorts that I do with the cards. Yeah, so he misses. Yeah, he misses that.
Yes.
I did. I posted up last week and I did that. But like, I was, like I was saying to you guys last video I did, it's like, I don't really have the love for it at the moment. Like, my daughter keeps bugging me. She's like, Mom, do me a reading. I'm just like, my ambitions for it is not there. Like, I'm just not in the headspace, but I am working, getting my feet wet again. So I posted on YouTube. I did 2 shorts, and then I posted on Instagram as well. So yeah, just baby steps. When I feel inclined to do it. But I did do 2 videos as well talking about this Space Gate and something else about Kodak Black. So I did 2 shorts the other day on that. So yeah, I'm just spontaneously, feeling the momentum. But like, by no means am I trying to like the channel, like see it go past and beyond. Like, it's really just me, getting out what's in my head, talking some stuff, hopefully dropping some jewels where somebody can pick them up, and try to be as versatile and as transparent as possible without like making it so, because people still on the no, I'm not into tarot, and that's devil's work and all that stuff like that. And I'm like, I just showed you what devil's work is. Like, you're gonna tell me that has made some impacts on people's lives devilment? You need to check the dictionary, my friend, because that's not it. The people that you're worshiping, that you're idolizing, that are really down with some devilment, that's who you should be checking for. So, but that doesn't bother me. I'm like, whatever, because I know what it is that I'm doing. You know what I mean? But I was telling Emric, because Emric was asking, he's like, oh, so wait, so you know how to do the, and I was like, listen, I don't do spells and things of that nature. Like, that's past my pay grade. I only do things that I need to have for protection for me and my family, and that's it. I don't do love spells. I don't do money spells. I'm not that deep invested into that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a gift God's given me. It's in my DNA, and if there's messages that need to be passed along, that's it. That's what it is. Capitalizing off of it, I don't really, because I'm not really banking on it like that, I don't really put too much into it, because I'm like, I'm not looking for that high-end return, because it's a gift that came freely. I mean, I'm sure there was some prices that had to be paid, in the celestial world, but I'm like, this shit is for free. And I'm not, again, there's no slight on anybody that is a reader that does do this for money, and that's how they get their check and stuff like that. But I mean, for me, it's not that big of a deal. I might make some other things and create some stuff to make it generate some money. But me doing a reading, it's because it's just my love of it. Y'all want to send a donation for that? Fine. If you want to get a reading, I'm not doing them right now, but I'm just saying if anybody wants readings, there's a website for it. But it's like, this is like, it's more something more intimate. It's not like I'm trying to bank and make a hustle out of it. It's all good. So that's your YouTube page right there, right?
Yeah. You get, the Lotus would be better, like if she had dropped it, because then she would anybody that want to load it, they would have just hit it. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Moderate.
It can automatically go straight into your link.
Correct. Yeah.
Lotus is taking a little break right now because she's the moderator extraordinaire.
That's late. I know. That's late.
She says I may post an 18+ reading over the weekend. Okay, very good, Lotus. And is that where people can find you, at Lotus Flower Bomb?
She said what? 18+? What?
Yeah, because her readings, mine is very PG compared to her reading. She goes in.
It gets explicit.
Oof. I was like, what?
The motherfucking devils, they try to come for you. You see this card?
She be going in. Yeah, so 18+ healing message. Very good, very good. Yeah, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, man, the positive stuff. And, some things can be, listen, that's why the beauty of this is variety. If one thing is not jiving with you, you can go down to the next channel and boom, you might find something there. There's something for everyone. I like to say that my channel is eclectic. It's a little bit of everything. It's a gumbo. It's just not dedicated to just doing the cards and stuff. Like, we're talking some stuff. And then we'll throw in some cards in the mix. But I promise you guys, eventually I will go back into doing the midweek check-in, where we're doing the actual lives, doing the mini readings, if anybody's interested. I just want to get my head like a little more clearer, where I don't want any other my energy transfer onto a reading. I just want to be all right with doing it. So, but again, thank you so much, guys. I think we'll just rock it out to the 5 minutes because we got 4:56. We could do like 3 more minutes.
Yo, I'm watching 90 Day Fiance.
90 Days what?
Fiance.
Oh, you like that?
Yo, it'd be funny to me. This dude's been getting played 5 years by this chick. She's been like just basically juicing him for his money, lying to him. So that's just comedy. I don't be feeling bad for these people, dog.
Right.
How do you, for 5 years? Come on.
Yeah, they do that on purpose.
Dog, the chick that you trying to holler at or that's been using you for the last 5 years is out of your league, sir. You should know this. See, like, that was one thing about me. I don't know about any other dude. I looked at myself. I said, okay, there's this type of female that I'm going to be able to get. And then there's some stuff that's going to be way out of my league. But that didn't mean that it crushed me and I didn't try. You got to at least try because you never know. You know what I mean? Once you built that confidence, listen, I saw him
right.
Jackson right now. Nia Long. I was praying that I could bump into Nia Long while she was in Boston before she moved out. You know what I mean? Because fiance cheated on her. Dog, white woman, that white woman.
Oh, that's recently, right?
That was Ime Udoka. He used to be the Celtics coach.
Right.
Yeah, that happened last year. Yeah,
right. Yeah, she was living out there. Oh, you was trying to shoot your shot then?
Yeah, listen. This is the thing I'm trying to say. I did at one point. I didn't have the confidence that I have now. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I could be rejected. It does nothing to me. It doesn't affect it. I don't like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna clam up and go cry. It's not gonna. The world's not gonna end. yeah, it doesn't like it don't hurt my pride or my ego.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say. You know, at least I tried, you know, and stuff like that. That's what more like fulfills it for me, if it makes sense. But the whole thing with that, it's funny that men can be rejected and we're supposed to be like, you know, brush it off. But y'all women, because there's a female who's on YouTube. I remember when she was just doing upload videos giving men and women relationship advices. So long story short, she created a show that only started on Wednesday nights to the point where it got so big, she does it 3 nights in a week now. So the point I'm trying to make is she has female, she goes on Instagram, she goes to certain females to see if they want to come on her show. They'll come on her show. So her audience, which is more of men, still was like, hey, why don't you have men on there and have the women try to holler at the men and this and that? Tried to do it that way. Yeah, couldn't get no women to pop up on the show. Women can take rejection. But us, yeah, like, you know how many YouTubers did like what you call it, reactions to her show? They're like, yo, that's kind of crazy that when her audience is telling her they should get men on there, you know, have the women try to, you know, basically holler at the guys,
right,
you know, and stuff like that. The other way around, it's like, oh, women can't take rejection. That's why it's the men who goes on the, yeah, these women, they don't even give a man an opportunity to even open his mouth. They just look at him. Oh, next. It's called pineapple. So they'll be like pineapple, and then she'll go to the next guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's crazy how that like that can happen to us.
Right.
And it's, you know what I mean, but it won't. If it happened the other way around, it would be a whole ban this YouTube show off the YouTube because it's making y'all look bad. Yeah. But yeah, it's like certain females. It's like, yo, sweetheart, you gotta be realistic. You asking for a man to make 7 figures, you're not even making 3 figures. So how does that add up? Like, it's standard. I understand it's not cool to say that somebody's standards is too high, but we got to be realistic.
Realistic, for real.
Yeah. Well, I got you.
Well, Brother Maybach, we are at the 5 mark, so I think we're good. We will sign out. And thank you again for being up here, my good brother, and being a brother as you should, and helping me get through this little moment in time. But I'll catch you on the flip side. And everybody again that came through, thank you so much. Peace, salute. Take care of you all. Be well. Be safe. Try not to stay too dangerous out there in these streets because it is kind of wild.
Stay vigilant, move militant, baby.
And on that note, peace.